Good evening, everybody.
The meeting will please come to order. Good evening, everyone. Today is Thursday, May the 19th. I am Trippy Congo, President of Wilmington City Council. On behalf of all of my fellow council members, we would like to welcome you to this evening's council meeting and also thank you for joining us. Just as a reminder for anyone who would like to give any public comment, there is a Google form sign-up link in the chat. Public comment will take place after all non-legislative business. We will begin with having our opening prayer by Akira Granado.
Heavenly Father, we have assembled to handle the affairs of our city. As we do so, we ask for your guidance and understanding. We pray that our city reaches a place of peace and safety. Keep us out of harm's way and bless those who are in authority. Let respect be key in all our endeavors. Amen.
This time we will recite our Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Gray.
Present.
Councilwoman Darby. Councilwoman Oliver.
Present.
Councilwoman Harley.
Present.
Councilwoman Fields.
Present.
Councilwoman McCoy. Councilman Johnson.
Here.
Councilman Field.
Present.
Councilwoman Cabrera.
Present.
Councilman Mills.
Present.
Councilman Spadola.
Present.
Councilwoman Walsh. President Congo.
Here.
10 present and 3 absent.
Thank you. This time we have the reading of the minutes from our previous meeting.
May 5th, 2022, City Council met in regular session virtually with remote participation on the above date at 6:30 p.m. President Ernest M. Congo II presiding. The opening prayer was done by Kira Granardo, Deputy City Clerk. The Pledge of Allegiance was recited by City Council. The following members responded to.
I move that the minutes be accepted as written.
Make it a second, please.
Second.
It's been properly.
Excuse me.
Oh, I have to be recognized.
I have to recognize Councilwoman Walsh to be in attendance, please.
So
Thank you,
noted.
Mr. President.
We need a
Can we have
second.
a second again, please?
Second.
It's been properly moved and second that the minutes be accepted as written on the question. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carried. This time we'll have our committee reports.
May 19th, 2022, President, members of Council, City of Wilmington, ladies and gentlemen, we, your Finance and Economic Development Committee, by virtual meeting with remote participation to host referred substitute number 1, revision number 2 to ordinance number 22013 entitled an ordinance establishing a rate of taxation on real property and the taxable property of public utilities for the fiscal year beginning on July 1, 2022, ending on June 30th, 2023. I've given this substitute ordinance careful study and recommend council vote on it accordingly. Respectfully submitted, those members present: Councilman Johnson, Councilwoman Harley, Councilwoman Oliver, Councilwoman Walsh, Councilman Spadola, President Congo, absent with leave, Councilman Nathan Field.
This time I move for the committee report to receive, record, and file.
second,
It's been properly moved and second that the committee report be received, recorded, and filed. All in favor signify by saying aye.
aye,
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
May 19, 2022, we, your Finance and Economic Development Committee, by virtual meeting with remote participation to whom was referred ordinance number 22014 entitled, an ordinance to adopt a capital program for the 6 fiscal years 2023 through 2028 inclusive. I've given this ordinance careful study and recommend council vote on it accordingly. Respectfully submitted, those members present: Councilman Johnson, Councilwoman Harley, Councilwoman Oliver, Councilwoman Walsh, Councilman Spadola, President Congo, absent with leave, Councilman Nathan Field.
At this time I move for the committee report to receive, record, and file.
second,
It's been properly moved and second that the committee report be received and filed. On question, I'd like to recognize Councilwoman McCoy
Noted.
and also Councilwoman Darby.
Thank you.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
aye,
Any opposed? Motion carried.
May 19, 2022, we, your Finance and Economic Development Committee, by virtual meeting with remote participation to was referred ordinance number 22015 entitled, an ordinance to adopt a capital budget for fiscal year 2023. I've given this ordinance careful study and recommend council vote on it accordingly. Respectfully submitted, those members present: Councilman Johnson, Councilwoman Harley, Councilwoman Oliver, Councilwoman Walsh, Councilman Spadola, President Congo, absent with leave, Councilman Nathan Field.
At this time I move for the committee report to be received, recorded, and filed.
second,
It's been properly moved and seconded that that committee report be received, recorded, and filed. On the question, all in favor signify by saying aye.
aye,
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
May 19, 2022, we, your Finance and Economic Development Committee, by virtual meeting with remote participation to whom was referred substitute number 1 to ordinance number 22016 entitled, an ordinance adopting the annual operating budget for the fiscal year beginning on July 1, 2022, ending on June 30th, 2023. I've given this substitute ordinance careful study and recommend council vote on it accordingly. Respectfully submitted, those members present: Councilman Johnson, Councilwoman Harley, Councilwoman Oliver, Councilwoman Walsh, Councilman Spadola, President Congo, absent with leave, Councilman Nathan Field.
This time I move for the committee report to be received, recorded, and filed.
second,
It's been properly moved and seconded that that committee report be received, recorded, and filed. On the question, all in favor signify by saying aye.
aye,
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
May 19, 2022, we, your Finance and Economic Development Committee, by virtual meeting with remote participation to was referred ordinance number 22017 entitled, in order to amend chapter 45 of the city code regarding sewer system rate and charges and water rates and charges for fiscal year 2023. I've given this ordinance careful study and recommend council vote on it accordingly. Respectfully submitted, those members present: Councilman Johnson, Councilwoman Harley, Councilwoman Oliver, Councilwoman Walsh, Councilman Spadola, President Congo, absent with leave, Councilman Nathan Field.
At this time I move for the committee report to be received, recorded, and filed.
second,
It's been properly moved and seconded that committee report be received, reported, and filed. On the question, all in favor signify by saying aye.
aye,
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
May 19, 2022, we, your Finance and Economic Development Committee, by virtual meeting with remote participation to was referred substitute number 1 to ordinance number 22023 entitled, an ordinance to authorize and approve the contract between the City of Wilmington and Newcastle County Council for the live streaming and broadcasting of county council meetings. Have given this substitute ordinance careful study and recommend council vote on it accordingly. Respectfully submitted, those members present: Councilman Johnson, Councilwoman Harley, Councilwoman Oliver, Councilwoman Walsh, Councilman Spadola, President Congo, absent with leave, Councilman Nathan Field.
At this time, I move for the committee report to be received, recorded, and filed.
second,
It's been properly moved and seconded that that committee report be received, reported, and filed. On the question, all in favor signify by saying aye.
aye,
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Those are all the committee reports, President Congo.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we'll have our city treasurer's report.
May 19, 2022. Total investment, $459,357,927.97. Total cash on hand, $12,247,610.60. Grand total, $471,605,538.57. Submitted by Dwayne Sims, City Treasurer.
I move the treasurer's report be received, recorded, and filed.
second,
It's been properly moved and seconded that treasurer's report be received, recorded, and filed. On the question, all in favor signify by saying aye.
aye,
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. This time, I'll accept the motion to accept all non-legislative business.
so moved,
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded to accept all non-legislative business. On the question, all in favor signify by saying aye.
aye,
Any opposed? Motion carried. If any council members have any resolutions to present, please raise your hand. Use the hand raise feature. Councilwoman Oliver.
Yes, 1 second. Get here, bear with me 1 second. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. It should be an Andrew Cloud on, and Ms. Peg Tide should be on. I have a resolution for Calamar Nickel.
Yes, I'm Andy Cloud and I'm on.
Thank you. How you doing this evening?
Great, happy to be here.
Thank you. Okay, let me make sure these phones are off. I'm sorry. Make sure my telephone's on. Okay. Sponsors, Councilwoman Xanthi Oliver. Whereas it is sent to the City Council to honor individuals and organizations who have demonstrated outstanding achievement and deserving of recognition and acknowledgement. I would like to acknowledge the 25th anniversary of Calamar Nickel, the official tall ship of Delaware. And whereas the tall ship of Delaware is built, owned, and operated by Calamar Nickel Foundation, KNF, which was founded in 1986. The ship made her maiden voyage in Wilmington in 1997. She operates as a floating classroom that welcomes more than 30 passengers annually. Whereas the ship and foundation served as a symbol of the maritime and cultural heritage of the city. The original Calamar Nickel ship brought Swedish settlers to the bank of Christiana River over 380 years ago. The tall ship of Delaware is full-scale replica of the original ship. She is located just 200 feet from the original ships. Landed site on the rock. And whereas today the voyage on the Calamar Nickel passage throughout the mid-Atlantic from Virginia to New England each season, but the Copeland Mediterranean Center operates on the city historical Christina River in her home port. Now there be resolved by the Council of the City of Wilmington is pleased to recognize the Calamar Nichols Foundation, the tall ship of Delaware's captain, a relief captain, first mate, lead educator, as well as more than 200 crew members for their efforts to keep the emblem of Wilmington's historic alive. We wish you many, many years of service and community engagement. Mr. Andrew, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, thank you. I'm Andy Cloud. I'm Chair of the Board of Trustees for the Kalmar Nickel Foundation currently. I'd like to thank City Council and Councilman Oliver for honoring the Kalmar Nickel Foundation this evening. I'd also like to thank, on behalf of the foundation, City Council for your assistance in the past, whether it was supporting our pirate festivals or with the long-term lease of the property that you helped with just a few years ago. As you know, 2022 is a special year and marks our 25th anniversary of the launch of the ship. We are the tall ship of Delaware, and it was launched at the same site on East 7th Street Peninsula that is home to the ship and the Maritime Center today. That's the Copeland Maritime Center today. Since its launch in 1997, the ship has been an ambassador for the state, serves as a floating classroom of educational programs, and we reach more than 30,000 people each year. Our sailing season just began in Wilmington last week. The ship will also be open for free tours on Memorial Day at the shipyard. Christiana Park, the beautiful East Side Park, which is open 6 days a week, will be open as well with interpretive tours through Labor Day. Christiana Park was the site of the rocks, which was the landing site of the original ship in 1638 by the Swedes. Free ship tours will also be available at the 4th of July at Tubman Garrett Park, and we will be serving or hosting several community events throughout the year, including Captain Kidd's Pirate Adventure on July 9th, an Underground Railroad Superhero Fun Day on August 13th, and a Halloween Ghost Ship event on October 22nd. We look forward to seeing you on board and at one of the events this year. Thank you for honoring the Kalmar Nickel Foundation tonight. And if Peg Teig, who was the original executive director of the foundation, is on, I'd welcome her to add any brief thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew. Next, Peg, would you like to say a few words? I'm sorry, you only have like not even 4 minutes.
No, I would like to thank the city and recognizing the magnitude of that the city has put, the impact that Kalmar Nickel Foundation really had in the ship on the Wilmington riverfront, because for a long time it was considered nothing but a folly. And when 20,000 people came out to see that launch that day, they knew it was no longer a folly. We did a lot of things on the East Side community, and they very much participated, and it was a joy. And I hope to see many of you down there again. And I'm just delighted, and I hope one day the city council will once again participate in our 6-hour canoe race. I think you might remember it, some of you that are a little older, because we had a lot of the corporations and some of the city council, and maybe even the mayor and the governor. We built a 6-hour canoe one day, and then you raced it the next day. So I hope to see you next year.
Thank you so much. You both have a good evening, and congratulations on your 25th anniversary. And I do have the resolutions that will be mailed to you. Thanks again for both of you.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Sure, you too.
I believe Councilwoman Coretta would like to give a
Yes,
comment.
I definitely have to speak on this because as Peggy remembers, when I became the special events coordinator, I was appointed to the board of the Kalmar Nickel. So I was with Peggy during all the painstaking efforts to fundraise, the infamous crab feast. Oh my God, what I would do for one of those crab feasts right now. And we just chugged along like the little engine that could. Even though there were a lot of naysayers, the city was, Mayor Stills, really thank him for believing in the project, for all the city services that came through to clear the yard, to clear that area when we did do the commissioning and the launch. And I just remember I just literally cried. I felt like I just gave birth when I that ship went into the water, like your baby just came out into the world. And it was really a sight to behold. So I'm just very proud of the work that has been accomplished throughout the years and how you keep sailing on, as one would say. I did serve a second term in my own right with the board. I just cycled off. So we'll continue to support you, Peggy. We never would have been able to do it without you. And we thank the new leadership that we have in place. And I even got my face was on that ship, one of the carvings. So that was pretty cool until they dropped it and broke it, but they did glue it back together again. My face is whole. So again, congratulations. And Mr. President, maybe we just need to have a little chartered sail for city council. We could call it a working retreat. Community building, relationship building. So thank you and congratulations again.
Thanks.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Fields.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say congratulations to Kalmar Nickel on their anniversary. And Mr. Cloud, he stole my what I was going to say, because it's not just a ship or anything like that, but it also teaches us about the history throughout the city of Wilmington. And I didn't know that rock that's right there where the ship comes in is actually when the water hits it and then the sun hits it, it's blue. So that's why the Blue Rocks are called the Blue Rock Stadium. Also, that's where Harriet Tubman came in. So it also plays a part in our history as far as our Underground Railroad. So without his wife, Ashley Cloud, and Mr. Cloud, and Quaker Hill Neighborhood Association, as well as the Kalmar Nickel Association, had they not invited the youth in West Center City to come and see the sites and learn some history, I wouldn't have known that myself. So please continue to service the community. You're always welcome in the 5th District, as you know, Ms. Cloud and Mr. Cloud, and we look forward to those dates. Please make sure they get on my calendar. And again, I just want to say congratulations, and please continue to educate our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman McCourt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also would like to say congratulations. I have one little small thing to add, because everyone else has actually stated so many great things about the Kalmar Nickel. But going to that actual museum, not only was it an eye-opener for the things that I actually were not aware of about the city of Wilmington, I got a chance to bring my son, and they made certain that there was a way to engage these young people with Legos and things of that nature, as well as learning more about the ship and our city. So they are definitely trying to make certain that we keep our young people engaged and that they always know a piece about where they live. So I just want to say thank you. We've actually enjoyed the Lego days on quite a few times. So even though he's a bit older now, I'm not certain if he's really into Legos, but you guys, it was a joy. It was such a pleasure to be there. So thank you so much for what you're doing for Wilmington.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that's it, Mr.
I want
President.
to thank you and congratulate everyone who has had any type of participation with the Kalmar Nickel. Did you say that you wanted us to build a canoe and then race?
I think a 6-hour canoe race would be wonderful. Don't you think you ought to challenge?
Count us in.
Maybe you could challenge the county council.
That sounds like a plan. Thank you so much. Councilwoman Oliver, did you have any closing comments?
No, thank you, Mr. President. No, I just, I said it all during the resolution, and I just appreciate them coming on. Thanks a lot. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, you too.
Councilwoman Rivera.
Yes, Mr. President, I do have 2 resolutions to present, and a third one that I'm going to comment on. I think we're going to start with Mr. Devin Stills, because I understand we have a little bit of a performance from my Cab Calloway, or the Cab Calloway students are going to be doing something special for us. So let's start with Mr. Devin Stills, if he is present.
Yes, I'm here.
Hello, Devin. Welcome to our City Council meeting. It is truly an honor for me to give you this resolution on behalf of City Council. not only because of your contribution and the example that you have set forth, being one of our Howard graduates and everything you have accomplished as a wonderful young man. But Devin and I have a personal connection. Now, although he's never called me TT Maria, technically I really am his TT Maria because he is the grandfather of my great niece and her, he's the father. Her grandfather is my very close friend. He is still my marketing designer. And actually the reason I'm in Delaware, he came to a party at my house. It was like a best friend of a best friend of a best friend. And he tried to sell me a car and I was trying to sell Alderman Nissan some advertising. And Telemundo became Alderman became the first dealership to advertise in Spanish language television. And they needed someone bilingual to work there. So I moved to Delaware at the young age of 25, and here I am. So his ex-father-in-law was very much involved in me being here today. So little Leah, his daughter, who is my little great niece, brought us together, and I feel like we are family. So I'm very proud of everything that you have accomplished. But what I will say about Devin is this: aside from his professional career in football, his accomplishments as an author and everything else we'll hear in the resolution, I would say that his greatest accomplishment is being a wonderful father, a fighter, a champion, not only for our little Leah, who is now a cancer survivor and is big and healthy and doing well, but he is now an advocate for parents, and he raises money and helps other children and other families whose children are going through this horrible and tragic disease. So for that, Devin, I just want to thank you. And I'm sure that all the rest of the families in Delaware and nationwide, because you have made this a national movement. You will speak, but I would think that that was probably your biggest accomplishment, all the lives that you're helping to save and bringing notice to this. So I will read the resolution now so we can hear about all your other wonderful accomplishments. But for me, that is what touches my heart and my soul. Whereas it is the sense of City Council to honor individuals and organizations who have demonstrated outstanding achievement and are deserving of recognition and acknowledgement. Devin Stills is one such individual. Whereas Devin grew up in the Edgemore area of Wilmington, he attended Howard High School, where he started for both the Howard Wildcats basketball and football teams. He won 2 state indoor titles in shot put, and was named the State Lineman of the Year for his football skills. He also earned a scholarship to play football at Penn State University in State College, Pennsylvania. Whereas in 2011, during his senior year at Penn State, Devin received the title of First Team All-American and Big Ten Defensive Lineman. Devin graduated with a bachelor's degree in criminal law and justice and was selected in the 2nd round of the 2012 NFL draft by the Cincinnati Bengals. He played 3 seasons with the Bengals and a 4th season for the Houston Texans with a recorded 43 tackles. And whereas in 2014, Devin placed his career goals on hold to support his daughter, Leah, who was diagnosed with stage 4 neuroblastoma, a pediatric cancer with a 50% survival rate. Devin took his commitment a step further to create the Stills Strong Foundation, which focuses on awareness and assistance for families whose children are battling cancer. He has also partnered with United Therapeutics to launch Braving Neuroblastoma, which provides educational resources for families affected by the illness. And whereas 10 years after being chosen to play in the NFL, Devin has been inducted into the Delaware Sports Hall of Fame. Mr. Stills is not only an outstanding athlete, but also a generous philanthropist, an entrepreneur, an author, a renowned speaker, a lifelong learner, and a remarkable example of fatherhood. This council is proud to celebrate Devin Stills and welcome him back to where his journey began. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Council of the City of Wilmington that this council wishes to commend Devin Stills for his outstanding accomplishments, both on and off the field. Congratulations, Devin, on a job well done.
Thank you. Thank you. Just want to thank the City Council. It's an honor to just be recognized for the work that we do with our foundation. We don't make a lot of noise when we do the work. We try to really work in silence and support the families who are in the same position that we were in about 7 years ago. As many of you just heard, that our foundation was born out of tragedy when Leah was diagnosed with stage 4 neuroblastoma, but we found ways to recycle that pain and really use it to impact other people's lives. I never really knew that there were that many families who were battling childhood cancer in Wilmington until we started this foundation, and I started to read some of the support applications that were being sent by AI DuPont Hospital, and just to be able to act as a resource for families who are, like I said, in a similar situation that we were in, especially from a city that means so much to me. It has definitely been a blessing. And it's one of the positives that we've been able to find out of such a negative situation. And me and my family and our foundation, we make a promise to continue to act as a resource for those families who are battling cancer in the city of Wilmington, and any other ways that we can support, like I said, a city that means so much to me. So thank you to everybody for recognizing my family and our foundation.
You're most welcome. And if any other members of City Council would like to make comments, please do so.
Councilwoman McCoy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Stills, I just want to state that actually when I first saw your story, I had no idea that you actually had a connection here to the state, and just how much has actually happened since then, and how many years has passed, because that story touched so many people that it seemed like it just happened. I'm so surprised at how old, your daughter was when I got a chance to really read the resolution and realize who you were, and then realize how old, like where she is now. And I'm like, I just want to say congratulations. I'm so glad that, that you have been able to take the thing that was like a detriment at the time with your family and help so many other families. So I thank you again, and I'm so glad that Councilman Cabrera brought this to our attention.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Spadola.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, Mr. Still, God bless you for what you went through and for what you're doing now, and for remembering where you came from. Thank you.
Thank you. God bless you too.
Thank you. Councilman Walsh. Councilman Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to commend you. This is an amazing story, and you seem like a really amazing man. Thank you for giving back to your family, for knowing what your priorities were in life, and for being a wonderful, shining example for our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman Fields. Councilwoman Fields, I think you're muted.
I'm sorry. I just want to say, Mr. Still, keep doing what you're doing. Keep up the good work. Stay encouraged. And like my colleague said, God bless you. And only the strong do survive. And you are one of the strongest, you and baby girl. And I do know your cousin Tracy Truitt, we graduated from Norfolk State together. So she always sends me things when you guys are doing things. So just keep up the good work. God bless.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Darby.
Yes, I want to say thank you, Councilwoman Cabrera, for this acknowledgement and recognition to Devin Stills. I'm happy you got this recognition, especially for someone who's from Wilmington. We grew up in the same neighborhood, know some of the same people, and for you to break barriers and be where you are today and be such a great dad. I watched your story from afar and heard it through so many other friends and family members. So I just want to say thank you and keep up the work that you're doing. And, just keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you. It's good to see all the good work that you're doing too. I've been following your journey.
Of course. Thank you, Devin.
Thank you. Councilman Mills.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Just want to say thank you, Mr. Stills. Keep up the great work. Appreciate it. The work you're doing in reference to cancer, it's definitely needed here in our city. Like I said, it's often overlooked tragedy that hits our community very hard. And hopefully we can bring that football camp that you did back to PS, man. The kids really enjoyed that and look forward to it. So keep up the great work. And thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Oliver.
Thank you. I'd just like to thank Councilman Cabrera for bringing this resolution to the floor also. And congratulations on everything you do. So I'm not going to repeat what everybody else has said, but you just keep up the good work with your foundation. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think that's everyone. And yes, thank you so much, Deb, for everything that you have just brought light to. I know you said that you didn't want to make too much noise, but you absolutely did. And I can remember on national TV, broadcasters just talking about your story, you and your family's story. And it was so inspiring for so many people. So just thank you again, man. Congratulations. Keep up the great work, and please let us know how we can help in any of your endeavors.
Definitely. Thank you again.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cabrera.
Yes, in closing again, Devin, just want to say how proud I am of you. And even though we may not have spent a lot of time together in our cultures, when we are connected in one way or the other, we feel like we are family. So feel free to call me TT Maria when you see me, okay? But thank you again, and I wish you the best. And if there's anything that this council can do to support you and your efforts in moving forward, please count on us. And of course, we love Leah. It takes a village, and she will always be my wonderful little great niece, which I love with all my heart. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Cabrera, did you have any other?
Yes, I do, Mr. President. Thank you. We are going to recognize the students from the charter school. And are they present? Because I know they're going to say a few words afterwards. Are they here? Well, I'm going to start with the resolution. Whereas it is the sense of City Council to honor individuals and organizations who have demonstrated outstanding achievement and deserving of recognition and acknowledgement. The Charter School of Wilmington's Envirothon teams merit such recognition. And whereas the Delaware Envirothon competition is sponsored by the Delaware Department of Natural Resources and Environmental Control, DENREC, and the Delaware Association of Conservation Districts, it is a day in the field where students are challenged as they answer written questions and conduct hands-on investigations to demonstrate their understanding of the environment and natural resource conservation in the area of aquatic ecology, soil and land use, wildlife, forestry, air quality, and the current environmental issue of water to resources. And whereas the 2022 competition was held at the St. John's Estuarian Research Reserve in Dover, the Charter School of Wilmington Team A was declared the 2022 Delaware Envirothon State Champion. And the members will represent Delaware at the 2022 North American National Conservation Foundation Envirothon held at Miami University in Oxford, Ohio. The school's Team C placed 4th and Team B placed 5th. And whereas the members of the Charter School of Wilmington Team A include Claire Andreasen, Meghna Raj Anasagaram, Erica Hong, Mutka Kantak, Tiffany Satu, and alternate Rujula Brokar. I hope I said your names correctly. Team B members are Amag Bharadwaj, Sidi Dinavahi, Parji Singh, and Michaela Summers, and Joanna Tan. And Team C members are Rakshita Balaji, Mikul Dugal, Arjan Cologne, Kai McCaskill, and Darshini Sentil Nathan. The students of the Charter School of Wilmington have continued a 20-year winning streak. The school's teams have been among the top winners of the Delaware Envirothon 20 times in the competition's 27-year history. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Council of the City of Wilmington that this legislative body commends the 2022 Charter School of Wilmington Envirothon winners and wishes them much success in future competitions. I would like to say, as someone who works with the environment and environmental movements and environmental justice here in Delaware, and having gone to DC to speak and knowing the issues that we face right here in our own backyard with the air and the water quality. The fact that we have these young leaders, that we have a school that is bringing forth environmentally conscious youth that will then be the future leaders who can pay more attention to this growing issue that some people do not see as an emergency, but it is. It is really does my heart good to see the next generation carrying the torch going forward. So I congratulate all of you. I look forward to seeing great things from all of you. And I hope that you will continue to help us here in Delaware as you go forth, when you graduate in your careers, those that have come before you and those that will come after you. I congratulate you. I thank you. And I look forward to hearing from you and seeing great things in the future. At this time, the winners, whoever's representing, I believe there's a group of you, please feel free to say a few words.
Thank you, Wilmington City Council members, for celebrating 5 young ladies from the Charter School of Wilmington today, and their moderators, Mr. Greg Derone and Ms. Sunboy. And right now I'd like to introduce Claire and Tiffany and have them take over and talk about Envirothon.
Thank you so much for having us tonight. I'm very honored to be here. So as mentioned, Envirothon is a team building and leadership-based competition in both environmental and natural resources, primarily surrounding problem solving. So I specialize in forestry this year, which is one of the more hands-on topic. So a lot of my preparation revolves around getting out there and getting a feel for various activities such as compass work, measuring trees using Biltmore sticks, tree identification, and more. So forestry relies less on book work and more on kinesthetic practices, in hopes that these will help students be able to gain the leadership and necessary field experience for future academic opportunities as well as career pathways. As for my team, I'm extremely thankful to have had them. It is my first year competing. But I have felt so accepted and supported by my team, which would be Meghna, Mukta, Claire, and Erica, as well as our advisors, Mr. Derone and Mrs. Boy, and I cannot thank them enough. So there's so much open sharing and help with the resources and learning, and nothing feels better than to have celebrated our victories together and knowing how far we've come. So I look forward to an equally thrilling experience with them at Nationals. Wonderful.
Yeah, and as Tiffany said, this year was an amazing experience, amazing team, and huge thanks to our advisors, Greg Derone. He has put so much teaching into helping us prepare for these events. We meet every week and we study. My event personally was aquatics, so it has to do a lot with identifying aquatic creatures and indicator species, so which species might indicate good or poor water quality, groundwater, etc. And that teaches you a lot about kind of what we need to do in order to preserve our water quality in the long term, and how we can kind of create a better water quality system. And so I feel like I've learned a lot throughout this experience. I'm a senior, so I'm sad to see it go. I've been doing Envirothon for 4 years. But yeah, I've really enjoyed my experience. Thank you.
You're most welcome. Ladies, I just want to say how proud I am of you. And at this time, if any of our council members would like to make comments. Okay, not seeing any. Oh, yes.
Councilman Mills.
I just wanted to say thank you as well, and just keep up the great work. It's much needed with all that's going on with the air quality and the heat, and how all the terrible flooding and everything that's happening all throughout this world. So your work is going to be much needed in the future. So keep up the great work, and thanks again.
Thank you, Councilman Gregg.
Thank you. I just wanted to compliment the ladies and say that I really do think also that this is an important issue. A lot of people do not understand how important our water is and how fast it's getting dirty and how difficult it is to clean up. So I really appreciate the research and the work you're doing and the solutions you're trying to come up with. So I thank you for everything you're doing, and please go forward and continue the work. Thank you.
Yes, just want to congratulate everyone, staff and the students. And again, just please let us know if we at City Council can ever be of any assistance in the future. Councilwoman Cabrera, any closing statements?
Yes, in closing, just want to say that these young people that we mentioned here tonight and those that spoke are the future leaders. They're not just a scientific mind, but they're going to be advocates for Mother Earth. And we thank you, and echoing what the president said, please call on us to help you along the way, anything that we can do. And we thank you for what you're doing, because I know that it's going to make a difference and an impact in the future. Thank you so much for being here this evening. And Mr. President.
Yes.
This person is not present, obviously, because it's a sympathy resolution, but I just want to, if I may, just say a few words because of the impact of who he is, and that is Mr. Diego Castellano. In the Latin community, he is revered, not only here in Wilmington, but beyond, being part of the Philadelphia media. He was the Mr. Rogers of the Latin community. Mr. Diego Castellano had the longest running television show that really focused on Hispanic issues in the tri-state area on Channel 6. He gained his wings on April 30th. He came here from Puerto Rico and he got his master's degrees, his doctorates. He really did accomplish a lot. He wrote some important books like The Best of Two Worlds. And he started his career in 1954 as the host of Puerto Rican Panorama. And just want to say that he has been, that show aired since 1970 until he retired in 2018. Again, the longest running show. I also was part of that program on different levels throughout the years, but most recently I remember when he had me and former council member Sammy Prado on his program when I first became elected to have two Hispanic council members on council. He did bring us in to talk about the issues in the city. So he was an academician, pilot, musician, a devoted father and husband, and he will be missed by everyone whose lives he touched. But thank you for allowing me to say a few words about him.
You're welcome.
And that's it for me.
Okay, thank you. From all of council, we would like to recognize the Delaware chapter of the National Association for Black Veterans Incorporated. There's also a sympathy resolution for Joseph Marquez from Councilwoman Cabrera. And I think those are all the recognitions for this evening. So next we will move on to public comment. This is a friendly reminder that there is a Google form sign-up link in the chat for anyone who would like to give public comment. The time limit is 3 minutes. Please keep all conversation directed to me. Please don't speak directly to any council members. When you have about 30 seconds left, I will give you a friendly reminder. We do have several members from the public who have signed up for comment. So, and right now it is 7:17. So what I'm going, and per our rules, we have to vote to extend public comment beyond 7:30, and I'm pretty sure we're going to go beyond that. So what I'm going to do is we'll take care of that business matter right now. Right now we have 8 people who have signed up for public comment. So I will accept the motion to extend public comment until 8 o'clock.
So move.
Second.
Second.
We'll probably move in a second to extend public comment until 8 p.m. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carried. So at this time, we will begin with our public comment. Our first speaker is Kevin Malloy. Please introduce yourself and thank you for joining us. Kevin, Mr. Malloy, I think that your mic is muted if you're still with us.
I think I'm unmuted now.
Yes. All right. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I am speaking briefly regarding a letter that I became aware of that on April 29th, Mayor Purzycki wrote to the State Bond Committee for Capital Improvements. And one of the items that stuck out of the two-page letter is what I'm going to speak briefly about. His request for $1.7 million to demolish the former Rodney Reservoir, which encompasses the entire city block bound by 8th, 9th, Rodney, and Clayton Street. The water holding tank, which has been empty for the past 24 years, and its support are structurally unsound and pose a safety hazard. The mayor continues to state, once demolished, the city's vision is to move forward with residential development of the 3.7 acre site. That one sentence caught my attention, and I quickly gathered neighbors that would be concerned about this, and we held a rally called Save the Garden Rally on the 12th of May. Around 40 residents attended, and one of the things that needs to be a message, and I will stay in touch with the entire council. I believe that this letter that the mayor wrote was forwarded to the entire council, but moving forward with this, I just need to, as a citizen who's very concerned about preserving and creating green spaces, this block has always historically been a public space. And therefore, I don't believe that the vision of Mayor Purzycki to develop it with residences is needed, nor is it appropriate. It's a public space. It needs to remain a public space. It currently has the largest community garden in the city of Wilmington. There's over 60 plots, and there's a waiting list. So there's already an active use. It's part of the social fabric of the community. And we need to continue to build community, not necessarily build housing. This is next to the the census tract next to this has 15 times more population density than anywhere else in the state. So we do not need housing on this particular block. There's many public uses continuing of the community garden, possibly adding an athletic field, a dog park, other things that could be used for the public. Once again, hopefully all the council become involved, and hopefully you'll agree that we need to continue to maintain our green spaces, and if possible, even increase green spaces to better our environment and the quality of living here in the city of Wilmington. I am going to start a group, and we are meeting actually once a week on Saturday at the steps of the community garden there on North Clayton Street. If anyone's interested, every Saturday morning at 10 a.m. But we'll continue to stay in touch. Thanks you for listening. And hopefully it's gotten your attention to help preserve green space in Wilmington.
All right, thank you, Mr. Malloy. Our next speaker is Lisa Robinson Daniel. Ms. Daniel, I believe, okay. I think you're unmuted again. Thank you for joining.
Can you hear me, Mr. President?
Yes, we can. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Hi. I just wanted to speak on the concerns for the need for solutions for immediate and long-term for the families that were displaced on Adams Street. Of course, AJ Pokorny needs to be held accountable, and many questions exist as to how he got away with such disrepair for so long. Issues were reported in the past. However, immediate and long-term concerns exist and plans. How does the city of Wilmington plan on helping each family? Any assistance with housing, security deposits, storage, funding for belongings, or assistance with moving? Right now, the families, some of them are housed at Fairview, and others are at the House of Hope. And the food bank has been helping, in One Village Alliance. Of course, there's been many good Samaritans that have helped. I believe that after the third night, not sure where some of the people or how their hotel rooms are going to be paid for at Fairview. So we are looking to ask for help in figuring this out immediately and swiftly, at least for the immediate concerns and the long-term concerns. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for joining us. Our next speaker is Lanita Brooks.
Mr. President, it looks like Ms. Brooks has dropped off the call.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Regina Young.
Can you hear me?
Hi, Ms. Young. We can hear you, but it's
Can you hear me?
yes, that's how much connection is much better. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Regina, and I work with families all through Delaware. And my concern is that I have reached out to a couple of different
Hi, Ms. Young.
families,
Ms. Young.
friends. And we have set up different things where we're asking people to help donate, to help
Young. WITN, are we able to mute? We'll come back to where I think we can go to a better area to get a stronger signal. If we're able to relay our message to her that we will circle back, we definitely want to hear her concerns. Are we able to relay a message to Regina Young, WITN?
Yes, we'll attempt to reach out to
okay. And we'll
Young.
please let her know that we'll circle back to her. Our next speaker is Chandra Pitts. Please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Chandra Pitts, and I'm a resident of the second city of Wilmington district. I want to say Lanita's back on. Can you call Lanita? Can she have a turn? Or I'm going to give my time to her, Lanita Brooks. Mr. President?
Yes, Ms. Brooks.
Yeah, can I give my time to Lanita Brooks? She's back on.
Yes, you both will be able to speak if you want to speak, and then I'll go back to her.
Thank you. Okay. So I first would like to just recognize a huge volunteer effort. My name is, again, Chandra Pitts. I'm a City of Wilmington resident, a parent, a volunteer, and I'm also the CEO of an organization, a global social justice organization based here in the City of Wilmington, Delaware. Our home office is at 31 West 31st Street. It's called One Village Alliance. And I want to recognize the huge volunteer effort fueled by amazing Delawareans throughout the city and well beyond. One Village Alliance is the organization coordinating meals, fresh packed lunches, and home cooked hot meals every single day with the extraordinary city residents who have been donating, cooking, and volunteering their time since Monday when 27 families were evicted during a tornado watch in the middle of a storm while it was raining with absolutely no notice. 27 families. Over 70 individuals, elders, many children, and even some animals. One Village Alliance offers its commercial kitchen and meal prep to receive donations. Volunteers throughout the city have been serving families every evening at 5:30 with snacks, drinks, an overwhelming supply of home goods, hygiene products, sweets, fresh baked cookies, cupcakes, desserts. These are the 10 families, not 11. There's 10 families housed at Fairview, nearly 40 people motel, which is a really dilapidated, rundown motel that's being used as a homeless shelter. But we're in the parking lot there every day at 5:30. The agency is also coordinating the distribution of funding to help families with some other basic needs that they have. Individuals can volunteer, provide a meal, or donate at 855 Youth ED or visit www.imthevillage.org. Families have a need for funding, which we are helping them with to secure their items within their homes. They've not been left back in their homes, so they only have the 2 bags of personal items that they were allowed a few minutes to take on Monday evening. We're asking that the city take responsibility, and we thank the officials who have taken some accountability for just no plan, no notice. There's a lot of questions and uncertainty. Families don't know if they have to check out every day at 11 a.m. Are they covered for another 1 or 2 nights? When will they have access back to their home? And more importantly, permanent housing. When will L&I, the City of Wilmington, or the Mayor's office be present to make an update on access to their homes and a timeline on returning to stable housing? And will families receive assistance with moving assistance, the cost of renting U-Hauls and storage, as well as legal representation? Again, we really just want to recognize all of the humanity and the village and the great human beings who have stepped up to provide service to these 27 families with children, more than 70 constituents of the city of Wilmington. We ask that the City Council really take a sense of urgency in addressing the immediate long-term impacts of these families being evicted by the City of Wilmington Mayor's office with absolutely no notice. And I'd also like to recognize Rachel from the state, who's been a phenomenal job when the Mayor's office has hung up on us. She's been awesome with getting families housed, but there's still one family who is paying for a room out of pocket. All of these families are still do not have shelter. One is still sleeping in a vehicle, and the shelter that the others have been provided, at least at this rundown motel, is just inappropriate, inadequate, and I would say inhumane. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Miss Lanita Brooks. Lanita Brooks, are you back with us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you for joining us.
You're welcome. Again, my name is Lanita Brooks. I was actually the one out there the day everything happened. My brother called me, which my brother is the one that actually stays in the apartment. Actually 8:10. So he called me. I was at work, and he said that he got a knock on the door. They was knocking on everybody's door, telling them they had to leave. All the apartments were being condemned. So I was standing out there for a minute. Never thought the video was going to go viral, but I'm glad it did. I think everybody that came out immediately when the video went viral. I just want to know, what are the plans? What are the plans for the 27 families? If AJ doesn't get everything fixed within the 30 days, the 30-day time frame that he's supposed to get everything fixed, what happens to the families? Is there any solution on, like, are you guys going to help with apartments, security deposits, get people back in if they do find an apartment? It's just like a big loss for everybody. No, the apartments wasn't decent apartments, but they were still people's homes. They were still able to go home every day, turn the key, and they were safe. Right now, you have, like Chandra said, you have people sleeping in cars, which is not safe. I'm scared for my brother. He's on the streets now. Last night we put him up in the hotel because we had so many issues with the motel that they wanted everybody to go to. We got there, the motel wasn't available, the room wasn't available, so we put him up in Red Roof Inn. Called the mayor's office this morning, going back and forth. The room was available. No, the room wasn't available. I had witnesses stating the room wasn't available. Asked could he stay at the Red Roof Inn. Obviously, they don't want to pay for the Red Roof Inn because they called about Fairview again. So he's supposed to be going to Fairview again tonight. Hopefully it's available. Just a big concern about everything. What are the plans for that area if AJ doesn't get everything fixed? What are you guys doing with the area? All them homes that's being evacuated, condemned. Are you guys, do y'all plan to tear it down, build condominiums that nobody can afford? I think that's pretty much it. Chandra already hit on getting everybody belongings out the apartments, asking you guys to at least help with storage units for everybody's belongings. It's no use that I'm going back and forth into the apartment if it's not safe. That's about it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Miss Regina Young. Are you still with us?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. Much clearer.
So I am Regina Young from Regina Young Nazai Boys Resource Center, and we had got some phone calls about this issue, and we have been putting together diapers and incontinence supplies for people that are in need. So we're hoping that that will help them within the next week. But my concern is, isn't it better just for the county or the state or the city or the mayor just to rent so many storage bins and then have the people have so many hours and pay them compensation, the landlord, for taking off that day to move all their personal items out and have it in storage, so they have that peace of mind that the items that are theirs, that are personal, are safe in a place where they can access it, go back and forth whenever they need it. My other issue is, what and how did this landlord be able to get away for so long? I've been a landlord for years, and I know that whenever issues came, where was the mayor and everybody, the landlord, lease people, housing authority, that allow him to get away with this for so long? Because families are saying that they have complained about this for years. So this should have never happened. So the question is, how are y'all going to hold him accountable for it? And how long is this going to be before these families actually have a home again? My other issue is, if they do tear the place down, are they going to allow whoever originally owned it buy it back and rebuild it, or will he have to sell it to the county, which I think he should, and y'all rebuild and allow the people to live in the homes at the same rate for at least 2 years that they were paying previously? This allows them a chance to save money or build their credit up, because I'm pretty sure nobody expected this when they came home and found out they had to leave. So my concern is that these families are lost and have nowhere to go. But yet I haven't heard anybody say, this is the plan, this is what we're going to do. The first thing is to make sure they get all the personal products and that they feel safe enough to the point that they're able to go in and out and get whatever they need. Some of these people might have medicine, incontinent, have children. We need to think about the whole picture when it comes to these families. They're humans, they're not animals, and even animals get treated better. Secondly, my question is, how come nobody is taking the initiative to make sure that these people are not sleeping in cars? If the motels are not ready, why aren't there some kind of funding or some place for them to go immediately to have a place to live? They should not have to go to bed at night worrying whether they have a place to live or if they're going to sleep in their car. Right now it's warm, but there could be all kind of weather. One day it's cold, one day it's warm. They should not have to worry about that. How are they taking a bath? Their personal needs. You're putting a lot of people's health in jeopardy when they don't have a stable environment. So that's my thing. Like, what is the plan? How are they going to fix this immediately? And is there any compensation for these families? Like I told the other ladies, they should be compensated every day that they're out of their home. The landlord should be responsible and have to pay them double, just like I did when I had to put my tenants out because there was an issue and I had to repair it. So they need to be compensated. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, we have Mr. Bent. Please introduce yourself if you're still with us, Mr. Bent.
Hi, my name is Rob Bentley. I have the follow on with a lot of the other folks that are asking about this situation that happened the other day. The concern for me was, I know that back in the Hurricane Ida timeframe back in September, there were 27 families that were displaced then, and there was a nice town hall that a lot of all these different organizations and agencies on January 13th that came forward and said they were going to put something together to help people like this. But when this unfortunately happened, I was hoping that there would be a plan for it, to see that. But from what was going on, and I've been homeless a few times in my life. So I can absolutely empathize with like the feeling of where am I going to be tonight? Where are my kids going to be tonight? Where's the rest of my family going to be tonight? And then not having a place to go. So it was a little disturbing to me to see in January 13th, there was this nice town hall with all these folks and all these agencies from probably several folks on this group, but across Wilmington and Delaware and all these different programs saying they're going to step forward and do whatever they can to make sure something like this doesn't happen. And to me, it's very simple. Have a plan. And before, I don't know who's responsible for it, but me personally, I think whoever in leadership should be held responsible for making the decision to go out here, not only dropping the ball on inspections. And I understand the urgency of making people safe, but all those folks should have been reached out to and initiated. And basically, instead of coming up to these folks at the end of the day, when they're getting off of work, putting a notice in the morning and coming at the end of the day, when they're getting off work or their poor kids are coming home from school to say, hey, you don't have a place to live and you can't go in your house. There should have been some type of plan and strategy to actually get all these groups to come together. So when the folks said, hey, there should have been a different message. Somebody should have said, hey, you know what? You guys aren't in a safe environment. We're here to help you. I don't see why that didn't happen. And that just is a huge ball drop. I'm not pointing any blame, but I was hoping after that January 13th session that would not happen again. And that's just a big disappointment. I'm all the way down in Dover, and I see this because I have friends and colleagues up there. And when I see these things happen, it really upsets me because this could have been handled differently. And it's not to say it's anybody's fault, but at the end of the day, it's still the same people that were making promises then that didn't follow through and weren't out there until the media showed up. And thank goodness Lenita put that post on Facebook, because I honestly think if they didn't, the rest of the folks wouldn't have been out there. And that's just my honest opinion. I guarantee you it's many other people's opinion as well. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Jay Renee. Thank you for joining us. Please introduce yourself.
Hello. Thank you for having me. Hold on, let me make sure
I believe you muted yourself.
Yeah, can y'all hear me? Because it's sounding like it's underwater. Can y'all hear me clear?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. My name is Jay Renee. I was born and raised in Wilmington, Delaware. I'm an advocate and an activist. First, I would like to say that the original meeting went very well. I appreciated that y'all acknowledge the youth. That's a very important thing. I also want to expand on Sandra Pitts giving, accommodations where they were due for those that reached out and helped. I appreciate that as well. That's something we definitely have to do. I must honestly say that I'm disappointed that in this meeting, I didn't hear any of the city council members speak of this. And maybe I am ignorant and not really, well versed on what exactly this is supposed to be. But I felt like the people, when we elect those to be on city council, they're supposed to know what's going on with the people and be their voice. So that's very concerning. I think that that's something that we definitely need the city council to show that they care about. The fact that so many people can be on the street with no fault of their own is also concerning for me. One, because it can happen, and two, we don't have something in place that does happen. Like the last gentleman said, there should be an SOP, which is a standard operation procedure when things like this happen to accommodate. It's extremely unfair for hardworking people to pay their rent thinking that everything is okay, and they're put out on the street. And like the other gentleman and many others have said, if there weren't certain people on ground, I feel like these people would have just had no hope, like figure it out. That's absolutely outrageous, especially when it's at no fault of their own. I think that there needs to be something in place for not only for preventing this to happen, but if it does happen because things do fall through the cracks, the people, the civilians, the citizens should not have to suffer for it. Also, like the last gentleman said, I've been homeless before, and I had noticed, and it still was extremely hard. And about the Fairview, everyone knows that it's one of the most worst accommodations that you can have. And currently, I know firsthand that they have a bed bug issue. I travel a lot. I couldn't get into my accommodation, so I booked a room there, and they have bed bugs. So not only do these people have to figure out what they're going to do, you know what I mean, they're seeming to be alone. They're moving into this place where they might have another problem of bed bugs. And anybody that's familiar with them knows that can be something hard to maintain. So you have people there with, you know, no fault of their own, and we're putting them in jeopardy to pick up something not only that can spread, but it's devastating to have individually. I'm extremely disappointed that no one brought it up. Like I said, the meeting was great. It was a very happy tone, but I would have expected to hear this. And from what I heard, please correct me if I'm wrong, the one that is over that, you know, the city council person that runs that district hasn't really said anything or been involved, and I haven't heard her voice. And I just don't understand it. When you're a leader, you have a responsibility of those under you. And if you do it, you shouldn't be a leader. I hope that is a resolution to this. Anyone that hears my voice, please reach out to me for my assistance, 225-310911. And I yield.
Okay, thank you for joining us. Just as a just so everyone knows, council members do have an opportunity, or will have an opportunity if they choose to, during petitions and communications, that's at the end of our agenda, to address Adam Street and any other communication that they feel that they want to let our constituents know. So we're not able to do that in the beginning of the meeting, but we do have an opportunity towards the end. But again, thank you. Next, we have Sharita Soul.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, again, my name is Sharita Sewell, and Lanita Brooks is my sister. William Brooks is my brother, which was affected the day of the illegal evictions. My concern is, I understand that you said that everyone is going to have a chance to speak as far as council members at the end of this. But I'm appalled that I haven't seen the council representative for that area out at the motel Fairview Inn to check the conditions that people are now living in, and to have a discussion with the families that are there. The Hope Center is, you know, a better option for some of the families, very well structured. So there's no need to really, you know, go check them out because they're fine. Fairview Inn, if anybody's been there, we all know the conditions of Fairview Inn, which is horrible. I understand the condition or the situation that some of these families are coming from. At the end of the day, Adams Street, the apartments on Adams Street was their home. And for them to be evicted with no notice whatsoever, this was a planned inspection. There should have been a plan in place for these families. There's no reason why they should come out of horrible conditions and have to go back into horrible conditions and be treated inhumane. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed because we paid our own money out of our pocket to put our brother up in a hotel, and was like refused to continue to get services for him to stay in that hotel, just so he wouldn't be out on the street, sleeping in his van. And like he said, he feels like, you know, he's being treated like he's being treated like he's an animal. And I'm pretty sure a lot of other families feel the same way. I'm just, you know, the same way I have a job, you know, it's a lot of other people that have jobs. I made it my duty, along with my sister, to go out on the next day and provide hot meals along with other families. So, you know, city council is not the only people that work. They're not the only people that have jobs. They're not the only people that have lives. We have lives too, but we also have hearts, and we're out there to offer services for these people. So I'm like disappointed. I'm disappointed in the system because, you know, my sister and I, you know, we've been out there, you know, advocating for families for quite some time. And I just feel, you know, I'm disappointed in the system. And I'm disappointed in the mayor's office as well, because we have been hung up on since the second day this happened. Jennifer Prada, she's very rude. She cut us off. You know, she was very short with us, ignorant. It's just appalled. We haven't heard from no council members whatsoever since the day this happened. It's sad, but thank you for letting me speak.
Okay, thank you. I just want to, I think we have one more person who signed up to, for public comment. Just want to remind everyone to please direct all of your comments towards me as the president and not towards any council members. Christina K.
Thank you, Mr. President, for an opportunity to speak this evening. I do also want to echo the sentiments of many other callers that you have heard from tonight. I also want to add in, I am disappointed. At the beginning of this meeting, we heard the treasurer's report clearly state we have $12 million on hand, cash on hand. Why in God's name do we have 27 complete families being held in a motel, not a hotel, a motel that not one Delaware resident would opt to stay in? It's disgusting. And like Sharita said, we are essentially treating these families as if they are animals that were, you know, lost their dog homes in a back alleyway. I also want to add in, and whoever needs to take this comment can take this comment, but about 6 to 9 months ago, when we were on here arguing back and forth about the so-called blight bill ordinance, that this exact situation was brought up not once, not twice, but many, many times by many different callers. Not only was this type of situation brought up, but AJ's name specifically was brought up to members of this council during us fighting that bill. Now, I want to make it very clear that my disgust goes a lot further here, in that Mr. AJ knowingly put 27 families in danger. And because of that blight bill, so-called blight bill passing, he will now not face criminal penalties. And that, to me, that is horrid. You are talking about somebody who could have cost the lives of many people in our city. And the person responsible, directly responsible, might face some fines or may lose a property that he should have lost a very long time ago. I also want to mention that we brought up numerous times that L&I was not conducting inspections, and that we were fought with back and forth, that they are conducting inspections, but that inspections were reduced due to COVID, et cetera, et cetera. And the more we fought, demanding that inspections be picked back up at full force, the more excuses we heard that L&I didn't have the manpower, that there wasn't the money to produce the manpower for L&I. Well, I just heard Mr. Sims' treasurer report be accepted in with an additional $12 million cash on hand, which is something that we have we have mentioned again numerous times, that there was additional cash on hand. So I also want to share my disgust, unfortunately, with the council, as well as the mayor's office, as well as with everyone who did the exact opposite of the will of those who voted and elected you all to sit in those chairs, when we spent months going back and forth with you all that the blight bill was not okay, and you all decided to pass it anyway. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight, Mr. President, and I do hope that in the future, all council members will listen to their constituents and vote on the behalf of your constituents and not yourselves or any of your buddies who might be lining your pockets. Thank you and have a great night.
Thank you. We do have an additional public member who wants to give comment. Tiffany S.
Hello, Mr. President. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you for joining us, and please introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. My name is Tiffany. I am a former resident of Wilmington, and I do live in Newark, and that was my neighborhood. That is where I grew up and my stomping grounds. This is disappointing. It's heartbreaking what has been allowed to go on, Mr. President, for so long. This has happened over many administrations, and this is a situation that is happening under your administration. So therefore, you have to take the ball and run with it. And I do hope you take that opportunity to dig in, look at the evidence from past infractions of this slumlord, and make sure this never happens again. As a previous public commenter stated, from a January 13th incident, there was a whole bunch of lip service about plans being put in place. I come from a background of emergency response. I have retired from Delmarva Power. I was an emergency response member. And if anyone knows that we took over the plant, and we had crews from around the country to bring our city and our state back into power. And that emergency response plan was critical to restoring power to all homes and families within our territory. This is unacceptable. Wilmingtonians, Delawareans should not be treated as such. If the state of Delaware is paying for those families at the Hope Center, there is no issue that should be had with the city of Wilmington. I don't care whose pot it comes from. There are millions of dollars in federal emergency money that has been given to the city. Take that money and you should buy up the hotel. I don't care which hotel you have to get. These residents should not be wondering they check out every night. You put a credit card on deposit and you bring them a cashier's check if you must for the next 30 days. This is how you take care of your residents of the city of Wilmington. It's not a question. I don't care who is responsible, Mr. President. It is your job to see that your residents are well taken care of, how safely they can get their property. They know where they're going. They know where their next meal is. They know where they lay their head each night. It's not rocket science. You take care of the people that you are elected to take care of, and you do it with fervor, and you do it with urgency. There's no time to wait. The plan should have been in place, and now you have to run with the ball. You have to think on your feet. And I expect you, as an intelligent individual, Mr. President, that you will do everything within your power. You will put a team together that says, we will remedy this, and we will see that this does not happen again. I thank you for your time and allowing me to speak.
Thank you. We appreciate you for joining us. We do have another member who wants to give comment. Initials SM. If you're with us, please introduce yourself. Please unmute your phone.
Good evening.
Hello, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me a few moments to give a comment. There's been a lot said this evening, and I appreciate your time for allowing us to speak. There's just one thing that I would like to say is that we as a city, as a community, we have to realize that there are processes and there are procedures that have to be followed during emergencies and disasters. And I'm speaking from experience of the last disaster that we had. And what I urge each and every one of us to do is stick together, be patient, and allow the authorities to do what needs to be done. And I know for a fact that there are some things that could have been done better when the victims were evicted from their home. But I also do know that there are processes and procedures that must be followed. And I know City Council has responsibility to do things to help with situations. But what we really need to look at is our emergency management for the city, for the county, and for the state. And we have to direct some of our questions and our concerns to the folks who are in charge when these things do happen. And it is important that we give our voice and we give our concerns. And if we continue to work together instead of silos and allow the authorities to do what needs to be done, this is going to be a long process. Recovery and response has to happen. And then we have to look at the long-term plans for the individuals that are homeless. And with time and the proper folks in the proper positions handling their business, and if that is not done, then we, the people, we come together and we help to make sure that those things that need to be done to place the residents into homes, that's where we have to definitely put procedures in place and continue to voice our opinion. I'm not here to say who was right and who was wrong. I am here to say they are human lives that we are working with. And if we don't have a collective effort, it's going to take more time to do what needs to be done. We're still working with the disaster from September with housing. And the folks that were displaced on Monday, they need to have the same urgency and the same power to find places for them as well. I thank you for your time, Mr. President, and I pray that we as a people can remove some of our egos and some of our anger and work together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for joining us. And I just want to thank everyone who joined us this evening for public comment. And as I mentioned earlier, there will be an opportunity for council members to address 8th and Adams Street, as well as any other community issues that we want to bring to the attention of our constituents. But again, thank you. Thank you for your comments. This time we will move to legislative business. Councilmember Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. No legislation this evening.
Thank you. Councilmember Darby.
No legislation for tonight, Council President.
Thank you. Councilmember Oliver.
No legislation tonight, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Harley.
Yes, Mr. President, I have two resolutions to present, starting with agenda item 0169.
Resolution 22020, Agenda 0169, whereas the city's comprehensive development plan entitled Wilmington 2028, the comprehensive plan for our city and communities, was adopted by City Council on December 12, 2019. And whereas
Mr. President, I have hold on, let's see. I move this resolution to be received, recorded, and filed and adopted by a yea and nay vote. Sorry about that.
Second.
It's been properly moved and second that the resolution be received, recorded, filed, and adopted by a yea and nay vote on the question.
Yes, Mr. President. This resolution is scheduling is to schedule a public hearing on June 16th, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. regarding the proposed amendment to the city's comprehensive development plan entitled Wilmington 2028. This comprehensive plan is for our city and communities related to the proposed change to the zoning clarification at the southeast corner of 4th and Shipley Street regarding tax parcel
number 26-043, 10188, 26043, 10189, and 26043, 10-190, which is known as Humble Park, from a zoning classification of 0 open space to a zoning classification of C3, which is central retail. And so there has been a lot of discussion about this previously, and there were no residents or any other business owners that was opposed to this particular legislation. And so at this point in time, this is being presented mainly to announce and to schedule the public hearing on June 16th, 2022.
Okay, seeing no hands raised. Clerk.
I'm sorry, I couldn't raise my hand.
Okay, Councilwoman Darby.
Yes, I just want to speak on this legislation. I want it to be known on the record. I voted no against the open space being transferred to a commercial residential. I'm in agreement of cities having more open spaces. Also, I feel like this is just another development project that's going to be given to a big developer to continue to take over downtown. So I am against it. Totally, of open spaces being turned to for development projects. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Gray.
Thank you. This was discussed at length in committee, so I'm not going to repeat anything, but I'm just going to second everything that Councilwoman Darby said. But I think this is to have a public hearing, and I am for that. Thank you.
Yes, just as a reminder, this is just to schedule the public hearing that you just spoke of, Councilwoman Gray, so that the public does have an opportunity to voice their opinion as well. Councilwoman Darby.
Yes, thank you, Council President. I also want to add that even though I know this is the vote for a public hearing, a lot of community members are not connected to council. They're not connected to politics or government because they're just working. So I know a lot of their voices will not be heard at that public hearing. We just do things to do things in government, knowing that the real base of the community will not be there to voice concerns about this. And I hope that residents who are concerned about open spaces being developed in other parts of the city are concerned about this one too, and we combined our efforts in regards to the development that's happening that isn't beneficial to the whole city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. See any other hands raised? Yes, I too am in support of open spaces, but I do want to give the public an opportunity to come and voice their opinion. So I'm going to support the public hearing. And like you said, Councilman Darby, hopefully community members will show up at that public hearing to let their voices be heard. And final comment by Councilwoman Harley.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I do just want to mention that there were communications again that went out to the residents that live near this particular property, as well as Deltec. This property used to be commercial property before it was turned over and it was transitioned over to the particular zoning that it is now. So it started out as commercial, and it was originally supposed to have turned into a space for Deltec. Deltec did not utilize this space as it was discussed. And so I think it's important for the public to also know that it is being turned back into the original zoning. There were a number of communications that went out. There's also civic meetings for the individuals in that particular area for them to share their thoughts and to share any kind of opposition. And I do think that it is important as it relates to the people that live in those particular areas and for the businesses in those areas to share their feedback as it relates to changes that are taking place within their community. So I just wanted that to be on record, that this is going back to what it originally was zoned for. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. And clerk, please call for the roll.
Councilwoman Gray,
Yes.
Councilwoman Darby,
Present.
Councilwoman Oliver,
Yes.
Councilwoman Harley,
Yes.
Councilwoman Fields,
Yes.
Councilwoman McCoy,
Yes.
Councilman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Field, Councilman Field, Councilwoman Cabrera,
Yes.
Councilman Mills,
Yes.
Councilman Spadola,
Yes.
Councilwoman Walsh,
Yes.
President Congo.
Yes.
11 yeas, 1 absent, and 1 present.
Declared adopted. Councilwoman Harley, do you have more legislation?
Oh, yes, Mr. President, I have another resolution to present.
Resolution 22-021, Agenda 0170. Whereas on March 3rd, 2022, ordinance number 22-011 was introduced before City Council proposing an amendment to the building zone map of Wilmington, Delaware to change the zoning classification of 3 parcels of land located at southeast corner of 4th and Shipley Street, Wilmington, Delaware.
I move this resolution be received, recorded, and filed and adopted by a yea and nay vote.
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded that this resolution be received, recorded, filed, and adopted by a yea and nay vote on the question.
Yes, Mr. President, this is basically a companion piece to the first resolution that I just read. But for the record, I will share a short explanation. This resolution schedules a public hearing on June 16th, 2020 at 6:30 p.m. regarding ordinance number 22-11.
And seeing no hands raised, clerk, please call for the roll.
Councilwoman Gray,
Yes.
Councilwoman Darby,
Present.
Councilwoman Oliver,
Yes.
Councilwoman Harley,
Yes.
Councilwoman Fields,
Yes.
Councilwoman McCoy,
Yes.
Councilman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Nathan Field,
Yes.
Councilwoman Cabrera,
Yes.
Councilman Mills,
Yes.
Councilman Spadola,
Yes.
Councilwoman Walsh,
Yes.
President Congo.
Yes.
12 yeas and 1 present.
Declared adopted.
That's all I have, Mr. President. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Fields.
Nothing tonight, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McCoy.
Nothing tonight, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Johnson.
Yes, Mr. President, I have an ordinance to present and call for the third and final reading.
Ordinance 22-013, Agenda 0150, an ordinance establishing a rate of taxation on real property and the taxable property of public utilities for the fiscal year beginning on July 1, 2022 and ending on June 30th, 2023.
Mr. President, I have a substitute ordinance to present in lieu of that ordinance.
Substitute number 1 to ordinance number 22-013, revision 2 to agenda 0150, an ordinance to establish a rate of taxation on real property and taxable property of public utilities for the fiscal year beginning on July 1, 2022 and ending on June 30th, 2023.
Mr. President, I move that be known as the enacting clause of the substitute ordinance and call for a yea/nay vote.
Second.
It's been properly moved and second that be known as the enacting clause substitute ordinance and call for a yea/nay vote. on the question?
Yes, Mr. President, this is one of the first pieces of the whole budget package, which is a big time of year for City Council. As you know, for months we have debated, negotiated with administration regarding City Council's priorities and our joint and shared city priorities. This first piece is dealing with specifically a property tax rate. The mayor presented back in March a proposed rate increase of 7.5%. Council wisely, we just thought it was too much for our residents. And we were able to negotiate and come to an agreement of a 6.0% property tax rate increase. For the average median household in the city, which is about $250,000, that will be approximately $40-something per month, not per month, per year increase to the average household. And for residents below that threshold, it'll be a lot less. So unfortunately, this is a result of where we are fiscally as a city. We have some long-term structural issues that we still need to work through as a city. And trust me, the Finance Committee is committed to addressing these needs with administration. A lot of the changes are going to take, we're going to need the help of our state legislators and the governor to make some of the changes we need to make. So with that said, you know, I'm asking for the support of all of our city council members. I know no one likes to have to do this vote. It's not easy, but I think it's a necessary evil, and it's something that we are voted on by our constituents to make these hard decisions. So appreciate everyone and being engaged to this budget process.
All right, thank you. Seeing if any council members comment. If not, I will comment, then I turn it back to the sponsor. So I originally was not going to support this just based on the merit that I think that, or I know that our city has received millions in ARPA funds. And I think that we should have demanded that the administration use more of those ARPA funds to fill the gap, because that's what they were intended for. That's their primary reason for supplying those funds, is to fill budgetary gaps. So I think that we should have used more and not place that burden on a tax increase for our constituents. But now I think that it would be, I think that it would send, I know that it would send a very clear and strong message to our administration if we vote this down, and if we vote every budgetary item down this evening, that we really need to, we really need the administration to grab by the horns the situation that happened on 8th and Adams Street. Some may think that they are not connected, but I believe they absolutely are. We have plenty of time to come back and have a special meeting and pass this legislation, but I think it would send a strong message to our administration and to our constituents that what happened on 8th and Adams Street matters. And we want them to grab it by the horns, take responsibility, and make sure that those residents on 8th and Adams Street are taken care of. We have the money to do it. We should not have to rely on the county or the state. But I will comment on that later. So I'm not going to support this based on a couple of reasons, but I will turn it back to the sponsor if no other council members have any comments. Councilman Johnson.
Yes, thank you very much. It looks like Councilman Spadola has a comment.
Thank you. I just want to say I'm not going to support it, and we'll share further comments when we get to the budget. Thank you.
All right. Again, I appreciate the council president's sentiment. Unfortunately, you know, we are hired to do this job and elected to make these hard decisions. I certainly empathize and sympathize with what happened on Adams Street, but we still do need to keep the city running. And what happens if we don't pass a budget? City workers, essential workers, will not get paid. Okay, so it's not something that we take very lightly. If it doesn't get passed, we're right at the deadline. City workers won't get paid. So that's firefighters, that's police officers, that's our sanitation workers, our hardworking folks who are working on behalf of the Adams Street residents. They won't get paid. So I understand where Council President is coming from, but it's simply our responsibility. We have to pass a fiscally responsible budget. regardless of what's happening in a crisis in the city. And we are going to be at the table getting answers. But we do have to keep the rest of the city moving forward so our constituents can receive the services that they're used to receiving. So for that, I ask for a vote.
Clerk, please call for the roll.
Councilwoman Gray,
Yes.
Councilwoman Darby,
No.
Councilwoman Oliver,
Yes.
Councilwoman Hartley,
Yes.
Councilwoman Fields,
Yes.
Councilwoman McCoy,
Yes.
Councilman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Nathan Field,
Yes.
Councilwoman Cabrera,
Yes.
Councilman Mills,
Yes.
Councilman Spadola,
No.
Councilwoman Walsh, Councilwoman Walsh,
Yes.
President Congo.
No.
10 yeas and 3 nays.
Declare adopted.
Okay, Mr. President, I have another ordinance to present and call for third and final reading.
Ordinance 22-014, Agenda 0151, an ordinance to adopt a capital program for the 6 fiscal years 2023 through 2028 inclusive.
Mr. President, I have a substitute ordinance to present in lieu of that.
This particular one is not.
Oh, sorry. I apologize. So that is the original. And yep. At this time, I move that be known as the enacting clause of the ordinance and call for a yea, nay vote.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded that the clause of the ordinance and call for a yea, nay vote on the question.
This is a housekeeping ordinance regarding the capital program. This is an out year fiscal year, so there is no new capital project added. Just for council's information, beginning now, we're going to start lobbying for capital budget items for next capital program. So unfortunately, there's no changes this year, but next year there will be changes.
Councilwoman Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to make a comment that doing this budget has been stated, took a lot of negotiations, a lot of discussion, and finally we resolved it with compromise. But I had the opportunity to have a discussion with our mayor, Mike Przicki, and there are some things in the background that are also promised or agreed to in this budget. And one was building safe communities. There's supposed to be $8 million, out of which the mayor is going to hopefully fund the organizations in the city that are identified to be able to help with the violence going on in the city. Also, there's money set aside, $50,000 set aside to do an overview or look into the problems with the Wilmington Police Department. Now, these are things that have money allocated for them, but just because the money is allocated doesn't mean it will actually happen. So I'm just saying that these are things that the mayor told me that are also in the budget that are going to be accomplished. And hopefully we will keep our eyes and ears open and push that these things do come to fruition, that they are taken care of once this budget is passed. So the Citizens Review Board, $50,000 for Nicole to do 120 hours of training, building safe communities, out of which money will be given to organizations identified that can help with violence in the city, and the police review. So these are just some things that the mayor told me would be done out of this current budget. Thank you.
And seeing no other hands raised by council members, go back to the sponsor.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Gray. You really took my words. That was what I was going to talk about a little bit later. But again, our job is to make sure things we do appropriate actually get implemented. So that's our job on City Council, and we have to push. So with that, again, I will ask for a vote on Ordinance 22-14.
Clerk, please call for the roll.
Councilwoman Gray,
Yes.
Councilwoman Darby,
No.
Councilwoman Oliver,
Yes.
Councilwoman Harley,
Yes.
Councilwoman Fields,
Yes.
Councilwoman McCoy,
Yes.
Councilman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Nathan Field,
Yes.
Councilwoman Cabrera,
Yes.
Councilman Mills,
Yes.
Councilman Spadola,
Yes.
Councilwoman Walsh,
Yes.
President Congo.
No.
Excuse me, was that a no? Sir?
No, no.
Okay. 11 yeas and 2 nays.
Okay. Mr. President, I have another ordinance to present and call for third and final reading.
Excuse me, I didn't hear declared adopted.
Oh, sorry.
I declare adopted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. President, I have an ordinance to present and call for third and final reading.
Ordinance 22-015, agenda 0152, an ordinance to adopt a capital budget for fiscal year 2023.
Mr. President, I move that be known as the enacting clause of the ordinance and call for a yea nay vote.
Second.
Properly moved as it's been properly moved and second that be known as the enacted ordinance. Call for yea nay vote. On the question.
So, this is just a companion piece to ordinance 22-14. As I mentioned earlier, this is an out year for the capital program, so there's no new changes. And we're going to be back at the table for next year to add the changes we need in the capital program as we go out the bond market.
And seeing no hands raised from members of council. Clerk, please call for the roll.
Councilwoman Gray,
Yes.
Councilwoman Darby,
No.
Councilwoman Oliver,
Yes.
Councilwoman Harley,
Yes.
Councilwoman Fields,
Yes.
Councilwoman McCoy,
Yes.
Councilman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Nathan Field,
Yes.
Councilwoman Cabrera,
Yes.
Councilman Mills,
Yes.
Councilman Spadola,
Yes.
Councilwoman Walsh,
Yes.
President Congo.
No.
11 yeas and 2 nays.
Declared adopted.
Okay, Mr. President, I have another ordinance to present and call for third and final reading.
Ordinance 22-016, agenda 0153, an ordinance adopting the annual operating budget for the fiscal year beginning on July 1, 2022, and ending on June 30th, 2023.
Mr. President, I have a substitute to present in lieu of that ordinance.
Substitute number 1 to ordinance number 22-016, revision 1 to agenda 0153, an ordinance adopting the annual operating budget for the fiscal year beginning on July 1, 2022, and ending on June 30th, 2023.
Mr. President, I move that be known as the enacting clause of the substitute ordinance to call for a yea nay vote.
Second.
Properly moved and second that be known as the enacting clause of the substitute ordinance. Call for a yea nay vote on the question.
Okay, this one is what runs the city. We're over a proposed $176 million budget, and it emphasizes the priorities for the city. And I know we haven't spoken much about what the city does, but I want to set the record straight as someone who knows the nooks and crannies of the budget. What the city does, we do police. We make sure our communities are safe. We have a fire department. We have a sanitation department that keeps our streets clean. We have a public works department that keeps our streets safe, keeps our water clean. We have constituent services. We have activities through HIT Anderson. What we don't have in the city budget is we don't have a housing authority. We don't have a lot of the resources other cities have. And we have to be clear, when a lot of talk about what's going on in Adam Street, I certainly understand and sympathize, but all we have is a small emergency response department headed by former Fire Chief Willie Patrick. That's it. He has, I think, 1.5 of an employee. Okay, we just don't have the resources, and there's debate about whether we should or not. That's going to involve state changes at the state legislature. But you know, I have to push back at the narrative that people say city council is not doing the job. We do excellent job where we are mandated to and allowed to by the state. And I understand there's a drop off, but we don't have a huge emergency services department. Again, it's one person. And I certainly understand, but Delaware Emergency Management has a bigger role. So we're looking at this budget, it emphasizes what we do have control over. You know, we do have control over public safety. We do have control over keeping our streets and our neighborhoods safe. We do have control over L&I. That is within the city's purview. And we need to do a complete 180 and change that department. So there's a lot the city does and a lot we can do, but we have to look at what the city's priorities are. And I believe this budget, through extensive negotiations, very difficult negotiations to the wee hours of the night, I think we are landing on something that continues to move our city forward and still pushes us to become a better city. But we pushed back on administration. And a lot of those concessions were that, you know, city council needs to have a bigger role with the youth ARPA fund. And, you know, through negotiation, we are getting a bigger role with ARPA and helping out our community where we see holes. So I don't want to belabor this. I want to make it brief. I know my colleagues have other comments, but this budget, I believe, continues to move our city forward. Councilmember Gray hit the nail on the head. You know, we're continuing with police reform. That's a key priority. And those programs are funded. And just like we did previously with the violence prevention money, we have a close eye and working with the administration, making sure it gets implemented. And so I believe council's priorities are right on track. There's a lot of money people talk about floating out there, and I certainly agree. But there's a lot of limitations to what we can do, and namely because of the state legislature. So I appreciate everyone being engaged in this process. Again, I'll make some final closing remarks. But again, everyone has had a say, been very engaged despite a lot of challenges. And I appreciate each one of you, especially our staff, Ms. Staff Night, for pinching in some late nights, and OMB and all my colleagues. So thank you very much for being engaged in this process.
Thank you, Councilman Spadola.
Thank you, Mr. President. It pains me to not support the budget, but there's just too much wasteful spending going on. Of course, it's, you know, no budget is perfect, and I'm happy to overlook some things, but there's just too much. Specifically, you know, we've got 2 vacant WITN positions with approximate $200,000 in savings that we could build up the franchise fee fund that we could eventually transfer to the general fund and save some taxpayer dollars with a slight legislative change. And, you know, WITN does not get the viewership that the $1 million line item in the budget demands it should, and yet we continue to fund it. And the contract that we're going to approve later, where the county is paying them $35,000 to broadcast their meetings, that's a step in the right direction. They need to move to a fee for service model, you know, compete in the marketplace, seek sponsorships like a normal media company does, so they can become more sustainable. And I'm happy to support more hires for them when they do that. As for now, I think they should be more like C-SPAN. They should broadcast our meetings because very few people are watching the footage they do. That is amazing, I should say. They're all super talented, but it does not demand the $1 million line item that they get from the city. Second, we've got, and I know people like to bring in outside consultants to look at the police department. It sounds good. It feels good. We've got, the mayor's office at council's request, put $80,000 aside for that. Let's keep in mind, not 5 years ago, we paid Chief Ramsey of the Philadelphia Police Department more than $100,000 to come in and look at the police department. Nothing was done with that. Nothing will be done with this $80,000. The police department's audited by CALEA, the Commission on Accreditation of Law Enforcement. So it's the taxpayers not getting their bang for their buck with that money either. And lastly, council members are getting an additional $1 million total to devote to ARPA needs. However, I look at that is $1 million that is not going back into the taxpayer hands, which is equivalent to a 2.5% property tax decrease, at least for 1 year, as 1% of property tax hike is equivalent to $400,000. So I just think there's a couple misplaced priorities here, and I'm not able to support it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Darby.
Sorry, I was unmuting. So I do not support the budget. And due to, I feel like the mismanagement of funds and wasteful spending, and they're not the same as my former council person. But I also think, council, we can stop with the excuses what we don't have control over, because you can start a department around housing. We're creating a new department now. There's a new, I can't think of the name of it, but there will be a new department that's being created through this budget session. And money through the budget has been allocated for that new department that we are creating. So we do have the power. So I don't want anyone to think council is way more powerful than what people state it to be. It's just that it's not being used. Also within the budget, the Homes campaign had made recommendations for things that the city could do to create sustainable housing. They have been doing that since I've been in council, for about a year and a half now. And they have legislation and budget line items to hold L&I accountable, and to create the housing that we need for our city. But their recommendations have fell on deaf ears and have been ignored. In regards to police reform, I feel like we have no accountability for our police department. The best way to hold someone accountable is through their funding and their budget. And we continue to give them more money. They have an increase in their budget. And the things that we asked for in regards to the $80,000 audit of the police department, which I would not agree that it's wasteful spending for that to happen. But for me, it's coming out of the mayor's budget. It's not coming out of the police department's budget. The best way to hold someone accountable is through their funding, is through their budget. So these things, line items such as our civilian review board, this audit, and anything else that has to do with police reform and gun violence, it should come from the police budget line. They are overfunded and overstaffed. So the budget has not been impacted and they're not being held accountable. So that's why some of the reasons that I'm voting no to this budget. Also, I don't know if we're going to have time to talk about the water increase later. I believe that's a separate legislation, so I'll probably hit on that later. But the water increase that's happening, I don't think constituents or residents still haven't or don't understand how we go from quarterly billing to monthly billing, and the same amount it was for quarterly, it is now monthly. And now we're asking for people to increase their water bill. So this is the reasons why I'm voting no to this budget. There's no accountability being held. The city council does have the power to create and work with the administration on creating new departments like we just did in this budget hearing. And there's budget lines that's allocated to funding that department. And we have not put anything in our budget about housing. So I want y'all to be very clear that the best way to know where someone's focus is or what their intentions are is to look at the budget. Where is the most money going to? Where is the least money going to? That's where you know what their top priorities are. So you know what this administration's and top priorities are by looking at the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Oliver.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, I support this budget that has been presented tonight, but I must say there are some key elements that require immediate action and attention such. Number one, the Office of Emergency Management should have funds available to assist with certain emergencies and disasters that come up. I realize there are FEMA funds, but it makes no sense to me that the city's OEM has zero budget to help any emergencies or disasters. We just went through this over 11th Street Bridge, and I was requesting for some money to be allocated to emergency service, and that didn't happen. Number two, funds are needed in real estate and housing that are not linked to federal funds to be able to assist homeowners with settlement process. Number three, ARPS fundings that were provided to the city due to COVID pandemic, and rightfully neighborhoods should be stabilized, but also more ARPS funding should be allotted to help structure deficits due to declining revenues, as the city cannot continue to just tax our residents. This budget includes 6% property tax rate and 5% water sewage. And it takes a lot of back and forth. It took a lot of back and forth with the administration to have this reduced from a 7.5 to a 6.0. So I give kudos to my council members who worked hard on this budget. I realize that the budget is a compromise, but I do want to say for the record, more ARPS funds should be used in 2024 and 2025 to fill the budget gaps. Lastly, I look forward to working with the administration, with the group from Newark, New Jersey, regarding the violence prevention. I want to thank Mr. Johnson, Ms. McCoy, Councilman Johnson, McCoy, and all the council members who were very involved with some heavy meetings regarding gun violence in the community response team, as well as addressing the slum landlords. My heart goes out to the displacement of Adams Street families as I experienced this effect for Hurricane Ida over 11th Street Bridge in my district, to all the constituents that were displaced. But I'd like to thank all my constituents and the council members for the input and the all-night work that it took to get this budget passed. And thank you, Mr. President, for letting me talk. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Cabrera.
Thank you, Mr. President. My hand went up and down, huh? So I did want to make a few comments. Yes, I am supporting the budget. And when you have tax increases, when you have the water bill and things going up, it's not an easy decision as a leader to press this upon a community that is coming out of a pandemic. So it's not an easy decision that is made. Every department was asked to cut back positions, and some were vacant, thank God, but others had people in those positions. The police department, out of the 15 positions that were cut in this budget, 6 of them did come from the police department. They had the biggest cut. The mayor's office had 3, and there were individuals in those positions. I do agree with Councilman Spadola in the sense that everyone should have done their part. If we had 2 vacant positions, even if it was just temporary, even if it was 6 months or 9 months or until next year's budget, we should have cut at least one of those. No budget is perfect. And I just and we're not going to be able to appease everyone. And it was a long process, a lot of back and forth. I respect the opinions of my colleagues, and I agree, as Council Member Oliver stated. We started at an 8.5% tax increase and ended up at 6%. So that speaks volumes to all the meetings and the negotiations and the back and forth. So I'm glad that we're at least there, not happy that we're raising taxes, but that we're there. The argument comes up, and I agree with Council President as well. Maybe we should have taken more of those ARPA monies and put them in the budget so that we're not raising taxes. But we also do have a once in a lifetime opportunity to invest some of those funds in our communities, especially in neighborhoods that are the most distressed, and to help a lot of those organizations that provide services in our cities, our nonprofits, service-oriented organizations that are getting some of that funding. But I would have been okay with putting that money into the city's budget instead. But in the long run, would that have solved our problem if 3 years later we have to be sitting here having the same discussion? It took a lot of meetings, a lot of negotiations. My Friday happy hour was spent with Mr. Johnson, Councilman Gray, and the others that were in those meetings from 4 to 6 p.m., sometimes for an hour, sometimes for 2, going back and forth with the negotiations and the discussion. So, I just want to say no budget is perfect, but we do have a responsibility to keep the city running, and all those services that we provide, we can't hold those things up we still are accountable for the people who live in the city, good, bad, or ugly. We got to do our job. So, again, to everyone, all my colleagues, I know this is not the easiest time of the year for us. We did our best, and I congratulate everyone for your input and for your stances. I respect your feelings, and moving forward, we're just going to keep working together to plug away and do better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Fields.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Just briefly, I just want to say, yes, I do support the budget. I want to thank all my colleagues that are on the Finance Committee and the City Council staff that worked along with Councilman Johnson, the committee chair, with trying to make sure that both sides were heard. This was a very difficult, this was a very hard budget to kind of agree to. And I must say that there were several nights and several talks about negotiation. And I need the constituents to know, if not others, I need the 5th district to understand that I am their council person and I live right where they're at. So no, I didn't want a tax increase, a property tax increase. No, I didn't want a water increase. However, in order for us to move forward and not move backward and not look like Flint, Michigan, and for us to continue to grow as a city, there are choices that we have to make. And negotiations were very hard, but people have to understand we came from 7.5 down to 6. And, some things can be amended, some things can't be, but they have to understand that we are doing the best that we can for them. And I am asking those individuals who aren't well versed on what's going on, please do not let someone else give you their narrative. Please follow up. Read for yourself like you were told, and then follow up with those departments or follow up with your council person and ask them to sit down with you or have that conversation so that you can better understand. We as a community have to stop letting others read for us and let them tell us what they want us to believe versus what the truth is. So as your council person for the 5th district, yes, I am voting for the budget, but understand just as well as you're affected, so am I. I don't live in other areas. I'm right down here. And I'm gonna say it, I'm in the hood just like everybody. I'm in the hood like the rest of my constituents. So I need you to understand. I understand. In the Homes campaigns, they know we sat out in front of my house for over an hour and a half and had a conversation about which one they couldn't make their mind up, if they wanted to fuss about the property tax or the water tax. So we had in-depth conversations, but to some degree, we were able to agree to disagree, but they understand where I'm coming from and they understand my plight. So again, I just need the constituents of the 5th district to understand that, yes, we do know that this is not easy, but work with us. And you did put me in the seat to fight for you. And I am representing you. And I am doing what I need to do in order for you to be well taken care of in the city of Wilmington. So yes, I am voting for the budget. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Walsh. Councilwoman Walsh, I think you're muted.
Sorry about that. Thank you. Probably about a year and a half ago, when we're in the middle of our pandemic, I would be walking the floors at night, looking at the financials for the city of Wilmington. We're a city that relies very heavily on our wage taxes, on our parking fines, and a whole lot of little things. They look like little things, but they're not when they're all added up. That makes our city run. And I realized with people being sent home from their companies, people losing their jobs, people quitting their jobs, many of the self-employed who were working out in buildings and then started working from home. Many of our government workers alone, who many would assume live in the city of Wilmington, who didn't live in and don't live in the city of Wilmington, staying at home, physically staying at home for their jobs. Thereby, they don't have to pay wage tax. So our numbers were falling daily. And I thought, oh my God, what are we going to do about all this? How do we make this up? And all of a sudden we hit the Powerball. We get notification from the federal government and from President Biden that there's going to be a whole lot of money thrown into the pockets of our local governments. And all of a sudden, with the city of Wilmington, I felt like I had recently discovered 500 new cousins I didn't know anything about, because everybody was a relation of mine because they wanted a piece of that money. And we used to talk with the kids all the time about what we would do if we ever won the Powerball, the big one. And of course, everybody had their own decisions: get the big cars, get the big houses, get the big whatever. And then at the end of the day, you were sitting there watching many of the Powerball winners who were on a show called Where Are They Now?, when most of them were bankrupt. So when we got all this money, that's how I was approaching this budget, knowing full well that we could not spend all the money because we would not be able to make up that amount of money down the line. So for that reason, and that reason alone, maybe not alone, because also with the amount of negotiations that went on between the administration and city council, I thought that there were many members who were willing to compromise. It was a real give and take on council member and the administration. And for that, that is the reason why I'm voting on this budget tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman McCoy.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I just want to say that when it comes to this budget, I will be supporting it. This budget, pretty much since even last term, this budget actually has been the most negotiated budget that I've actually been a part of. The 7.5% that the mayor announced initially, I was like, whoa. But I have to actually admit that I would have actually voted for the 7.5% if we were able to eliminate the water. My issue was always it couldn't be both, because of the fact that we had the ARPA funds. But as things were explained to me and how we had to make certain that we used guidelines from ARPA to only deal with certain portions of our issue and our gap in our budget, I realized that that was something I was unable to do. So with that being stated, I knew that I could not deal with that 7.5%. So that back and forth, it took some time, but we finally were able to get to a place that most of our council were able to say, you know what, we're okay. So I just want to say thank you to my council colleagues who have made certain that. Hey, I hear someone's speaker is on. I said thank you to my council colleagues that made certain that they were able to hold fast, knowing that 7.5 is way too much, and that we needed to do something for our constituents, for the residents here of Wilmington. Please understand that we do realize what the budget looks like for the city and also for yourselves. We're looking at what the gas looks like. I know what it costs to buy a family pack of chicken. I totally understand what is going on. And those are the reasons why, I think that we were able to really lock in and say that this is way too much. And so I applaud my council colleagues. Also, I think, I'm really excited to see what we're going to do when it comes to crime prevention in the city. One of the things that I've noticed that we've tried so many times to do something about crime, but we never really put the funding that was required to get it done. It was halfway done or halfway funded or halfway financed. And I'm believing that this time we're actually going to find a way to get this done for every facet or every pillar that needs to be completed in order to have all of them working together and to actually find a way to deal with or decrease or eliminate, whatever you want to call it, some of the crime in our area. I'm hoping that it gets done in this fiscal year. I do want to thank, Councilwoman Oliver and Councilman Johnson for inviting me to Newark to make certain that I was actually, that there was another voice there who had a part in making certain that the people that were selected to bring that information and share it with our grassroots organization, came here, and that they were able to make certain that whatever gets done a Wilmington way. It's not going to be Newark's, it's going to be Wilmington's way, because only the people in Wilmington know how to deal with some of our issues. So I just want to say thanks again for this process, and I think that we finally was able to find a way to work together.
Okay, thank you. For your second round of comment, Councilwoman.
Did you call on me, Mr. President? You broke up.
Yes, for your second round of comments.
Okay, just real quickly, I also wanted to add that additional fundings were not put to start a whole other department. Positions were cut. The deputy commissioner's position in L&I was cut so that those funds would go into what would be, I guess, the commissioner of the land use department. We're seeing right before our very eyes with the tragedy that unfolded on Adams Street, the fact that we need to focus more on our properties. So by taking the land use part out of the L&I department, license and inspection, it created another division or another department with leadership, and positions were cut in L&I so that you weren't adding more monies, or at least less monies, to the budget to fund those positions. You're just taking the same department and dividing it into two. So I did want to clarify on that, considering the seriousness of the fact that we may have to look into putting more money into emergency responses, supporting that office, and beefing up the license and inspection department so that maybe we can get those pre-rental inspections and other things that are required that would take up a huge chunk of money to do so. And that department has been in transition. They've hired 8 new inspectors. They have to be trained. Hopefully we'll be full staff, and under Commissioner Boykin, we can really get out there and do the job that needs to be done for our residents. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And see no other hands raised. Back in March, when the mayor first gave us his budget address about the 7.5% property tax increase proposal, I was fully prepared to support it. I didn't want, I wanted to see our city to remain solvent. I wanted to be able to continue to provide the services that we do to our constituents. Fast forward to when Mayor Baker joined our team here at the City Council, and he just brought to my attention, and hopefully some other council members' attention, that that's that the ARPA funds that we received should really be used to make up that budget shortfall. And again, that was the primary intention of the ARPA funds, to support the shortcomings of our budget. I just thought that it made perfect sense. And he also reminded us that we should start to have conversations with our state legislators and our governor about infusing Delaware's greatest city with funding so that we can continue to provide the services that we do to our constituents. Because where Wilmington goes, Delaware goes. So if Wilmington is successful, Delaware is successful. So as someone pointed out earlier, you can tell where someone's priorities are by where they spend their money and where they put their money. We have to have those kind of conversations with Dover in the upcoming years. And I just think that the ARPA funding could have held us over until we had those conversations with our governor, with our state legislators, to be able to come up with some unique ways to increase funding in our city. But again, I just think that we can do more. I was fully prepared to support maybe a 3% tax increase. But now again, I'm just not going to, I can't support this budget especially hearing everything that I've heard from my colleagues and how we wish and we wish and we wish, but we don't have to wish because this is our budget. The negotiations did not have to be difficult. The mayor presented a budget to us, and then it's in our hands, so we can vote on whatever we want to vote on. Of course, we want to be responsible, but this is our budget, so we can do with it whatever we like. And I just think that not having money in emergency management department that could have taken care of our residents is a sin. And we don't have to vote on this budget this evening. This is not the deadline. So that was put out there that this is the deadline and services will stop. They won't stop if we don't vote for this budget this evening. We are able to go back to negotiations, not even negotiations, really. We can make it happen ourselves. We don't have to negotiate with the administration. This is our budget. I wish that my council members understood how powerful we are right now. This is the one time where we have the power. We talk about how the administration and the state and the county have power. This is our time to have the power. And if we don't use it, I just think it's a crime. Yes, there is money that's going to be put into an audit for the police department, but it's not the money that organization said would be necessary to do a thorough, visceral type of audit. So I just believe that it's not even a sincere effort on behalf of the administration. Again, this is not the deadline. We have 7 more business days to pass a budget. We can go back and we can make some changes within different departments and make sure that 8th and Adams Streets never happens again. I don't know. It's frustrating to hear us as a council talk about not having power when we absolutely have the power this evening. If we just shut this budget down, get back together with each other, figure out where we can put money in different departments, and especially just make the administration aware that they're aware of their responsibility to those families on 8th and Adams Street. There is no way we should have gone into that without a plan. But I'll talk about that later. I don't want to mix up the two. I'll talk about that during petition and communications. But our priorities are our people. It's not the police department. It's not sanitation. It's our people. It's our residents. That's our priority. So I don't know. I could go on and on, but we'll see what happens. And again, I want to thank everyone from the staff to my colleagues who did put a lot of work in to making to coming to where we are this evening. But I just think that we made it harder than it really needed to be because we don't realize our power. Councilman Mills.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. And I do support the budget. I mean, it was a difficult choice, understanding everything that's going on with the inflation, as everybody spoke about, but I mean, the price of everything. But I do appreciate the work that OMB, Ms. Marcel, Councilman Johnson, and the rest of the colleagues put in reference to negotiations. But it's my hope that we can continue to have these tough discussions, not just with the administration and the county, but with the state as well, in reference to Delaware's outdated tax assessments. I'm hopeful that, being that Delaware is one of just a handful of states that does not require periodic reassessments of properties, that we can do something in reference to that, because Newcastle County has not had an adjustment since 83, 84, if I'm not mistaken. And that right there is a stream of revenue that our city desperately needs. So I hope that we can continue to have these tough conversations, and not, like I said, not just with the administration, but on the state level as well. And I thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Councilman Mills. Councilwoman Harley.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. First of all, there are a lot of statements and comments that have already been made as it relates to the budget. I will say that I will be definitely supporting this budget because since our mayor first presented the proposal in March, I started thinking about and talking to my constituents about what they wanted, what was in their best interest. So since March 17th, up until today, not only my constituents, but also council members, my council colleagues, because the budget is all about communication with our constituents and it's about communication with our colleagues. So I feel as though I have done my part as it relates to that from the first address up until now. And I don't think that tonight is the night that we decide on something that we could have started talking about 3 or 4 weeks ago. So we all have the opportunity to share with each other what we thought would be in the best interests of our constituents and having those hard conversations. So I just want my 4th district residents to know that I've been talking with them as well as my council colleagues to make sure that we didn't start off with a 7.5 property tax rate, that there were the redundancies were removed. And as it has already been stated, there has been some hard negotiations for some of us on this council. I can't speak for everybody, but for some of us, we've been working hard, up early, and getting to bed late at night, just trying to make sure that there were good negotiations between the administration and this council. But I will leave my comments with this for my comments for my constituents. I wanted to just say that the budget definitely included working in solidarity with all of my council colleagues to assure that our city budget was on a more solid ground by ascertaining the different department budgets, the spending plans that were shared with council during all these meetings since March, looking at it, going through each department's presentation line by line. We look for possible eliminations of redundancies, as you heard tonight. And we also look for opportunities for our taxpayers that were aligned with other cities our size. And as it has already been stated, there were very hard decisions that needed to be made. And I will be very transparent. This was one of the hardest, more involved budget hearings that I have participated in. So I just want to say that this council worked very hard with the administration and the best interests of the citizens of Wilmington based on facts, going over their presentations over and over again. The water sewage, going back to 08 when we was in the negative, the city was in the negative. We had to build up our reserve, and then we want to make sure it's resilient to not get back in the negative. I went over it over and over again. So the water storage, the property taxes, when you look at, how do we support this city? How do we pay salaries? How do we make sure that families are fed? It really boiled down to that as well. How do we feed the families also of those employees that are making sure that our citizens that pay taxes get the services that they need? So it really was a hard decision. And hey, there's still more opportunities for improvement. We've talked about going down to the state, to the governor, to increase funding. So all of the things that have been mentioned tonight about opportunities for us to improve and to save money and to make life better for our citizens, these conversations are going on. And lastly, I'm just going to say this: the state of Delaware gets the millions of dollars for housing, not the city of Wilmington. This is why the state showed up Monday, because they knew that they had the wherewithal and the authority to produce the vouchers. They knew that they had what it took as it relates to finances and funding to do housing, because that's what they have been charged to do. So the city is working with the state to make sure that we continue to do our best to have a plan in place. We already have started with legislation as it relates to Adams Street. Adams Street came up several times tonight. There's legislation being drafted right now to make sure that what happened to the residents on Monday just getting displaced with no plan. There's legislation being drafted right now to address that. So there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes. And I just want to say, reach out to any of us, the council members. If you're not sure and you don't know, please reach out. There were a lot of misnomers mentioned tonight that are just untrue, but perhaps people just don't know and they haven't been updated. So I just want to encourage everyone to reach out. If it's hearsay, if you didn't hear from the council member, then it's hearsay. And we will continue to work together as a team in the best interests of the citizens of Wilmington. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you. Back to you, Chris, Councilor.
I wanted to, again, in closing comments, thank my vice chair, Harley, as she has been in this with me, as well as the other finance committee members, because I couldn't put this together without them. And again, our staff. This has been very involved. There hasn't been a budget like this in a while. A lot of late nights, a lot of early mornings. And we did what it took on behalf of our residents. And I'm just going to put it simply that long-term fiscal outlook of the city, we're still hopeful, but we're very guarded. And we had to take the steps now to be proactive to make sure we can move our city forward. The easy choice would be, I'll just throw $55 million in revenue replacement. That's easy. We just spend it all in revenue replacement. But meanwhile, that's really robbing Peter to pay Paul, because at that point, we're not able to invest in neighborhood stabilization. We're not able to give money to our struggling nonprofits and our struggling small businesses. We wouldn't be able to invest an unprecedented amount of money in public safety. And so we just put the $55 million over there. We wouldn't have the money to do those programs. And so it's one of the hardest trade-offs we'll ever have to make. But we're doing the approach we think is going to continue to move the city forward. Because again, we have the long-term structural problem. So if we just did nothing, put all revenue replacement in, then 4 or 5 years from now, we are facing a grave fiscal cliff where we're looking at laying off half of our city employees. We're looking at, we're looking at just slashing our departments. We're looking at possible bankruptcy for the city. And that's not something I'm willing to put on my conscience and heart. And and working with the administration, we're putting the action plan in place now that we need suitable and affordable housing. We need stabilized neighborhoods. We need less abandoned housing. We have to put those investments in now so that we have people who are living, working, and thriving in Wilmington. And we have employers back as well, paying wage tax. We have residents who are having good paying jobs, solid paying jobs, with hopefully the increase in the minimum wage. They're making money and investing and living in the city. All that has to come together. And that's why supporting our small businesses is a key priority for me too, because, and I know all of council, those who are voting for the budget, because if we don't give those money to the struggling places now, they're going to go out of business. The mom and pops are going to have business, the corner stores, and people will flee the city. It's happened to other cities around this nation. Look at Camden, look at other cities. And so we are not willing to do that for Wilmington. So that's why making the hard choices now, shared sacrifice is going to make a difference in the future. So please be in mind, again, we're going to talk about Adams Street, but I trust the leadership of council in the city and Councilwoman Harley, because I know she was out there doing what she needs to do, and we're putting the plans in action. So patience, we must pray that there's patience. I know it's a crisis right now, but we will get through this together as a team, as Wilmington is a very united and strong city. With that, I'll ask for your support for the budget tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk, please call for the roll.
Councilwoman Gray. Councilwoman Darby.
No.
Councilwoman Oliver.
Yes.
Councilwoman Harley.
Yes.
Councilwoman Fields.
Yes.
Councilwoman McCoy.
Yes.
Councilman Johnson.
Yes.
Councilman Nathan Field.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cabrera.
Yes.
Councilman Mills.
Yes.
Councilman Spadola.
No.
Councilwoman Walsh.
All right, shit, I'll put it on and watch it.
Yes.
President Congo.
No.
10 yeas and 3 nays.
Declared adopted.
And Mr. President, I have another ordinance to present and call for the third and final reading.
Ordinance 22-017, Agenda 0159, 5-4. An ordinance to amend chapter 45 of the city code regarding sewer system rates and charges and water rates and charges for fiscal year 2023.
Mr. President, I move that be known as the enacting clause of the substitute ordinance and call for a yea, nay vote.
Second,
It's been probably moved and seconded that be known as the enacting clause of the ordinance, or for a yea or nay vote on the question.
This is again, it's a big part of the annual budget. We did talk about it, I think, briefly in our prior parts of tonight, just about the water tax increase. Councilmember McCoy has been working. She's been the leader in terms of pushing us to push the administration to put more federal funds towards supporting our residents in most needs. So again, kudos to Councilmember McCoy, Councilmember Oliver, Councilmember Harley, who have been front and center on this issue. But you know, our clean water infrastructure is of vital importance. Unfortunately, this minimal increase, this is necessary kind of yearly. I mean, it's not, I don't think of it as something we should even think about in the future based on where we're at now. Now, the hope is that we do this so that we don't have those large increases in out years, such as a 20% increase. So a 5% minimal increase will be, again, it's not, I try to undersell this. It's going to be for the average customer, be a little over, I think, $1.36 per month, $1.46. So again, I agree that the monthly billing, there has been increases. So we're still working with finance department to figure that out. But all in all, you know, this is necessary, I think, part of what we need to do to move the city forward. But I like to have some positive news. The great news is that we have infrastructure funds coming from the federal government. So the bill signed by the White House in March from the federal government infrastructure bill, there's going to be funds diverted to the states that then can trickle down to us. So that's going to help for the services we just talked about, help for supporting our water infrastructure. There's going to be help for supporting our sidewalks, which is a huge priority for city council, that we don't have the money to fix all the sidewalks we need to in the city. We need federal assistance. So this is, again, going to be, I don't know the dollar figures yet, but this is going to be a vital opportunity. A lot of my council members already have brainstormed programs and ideas we can do for infrastructure projects. So once we get that money, we're going to put it to good use, and then hopefully with increased funds there, we're not looking at water rate increases for a few years. So again, I would implore and ask for everyone's support as we continue to move our city forward. Thank you.
Councilwoman Moore.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Councilman Johnson, because I know you probably know I have been ringing the bell about the water for some time. You know, I do understand how important it is that we make certain that our infrastructures are correct. You know, Flint, Michigan has been brought up several times, and that is one thing that we do not want to have the city to go through. At the same time, I'm like, I do feel like that there are still some issues that we need to work out with water. I'm like, so, and I've already made my statement very clear about how I felt about increasing the water. So I won't be able to actually support the increase of the water at this time.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Oliver.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too would like to piggyback off of what Councilman Johnson has stated. I really would like to thank administration and Marshall for sending out the spreadsheet for the residential bill impact for the water, because I've been on the phone for hours with Councilman McCoy discussing this. But when I looked at the increase for the water throughout the city, it was $1.63 for the water, and for the sewers, it was $1.19, and the total was $2.82. And being the chair of Public Works and going down to the Public Works department, down the sewer department, and to see how the key right now, it's just a fee. This is a fee. People keep saying the increase. These are fees to keep us with clean water throughout the city of Wilmington. So throughout the state or Newcastle County. And if it takes $2.82 for me to keep us with clean water, I was just in favor of it. But I want to thank I'd just like to thank the various departments for really showing the whole breakdown, because a lot of people thought it would be $20, $30. I mean, the increase is an increase, but when I saw it was $2.83, I'm not minimizing that, because it is still an increase on individuals' bills, especially in the area that, the area of the third district that I support. But $2.82, I was in support of it so we can keep our water clean. So I'm gonna leave it at that. Thank you so much. And that's all I had to say. Thanks a lot for McCoy talking all hours at night, and Michelle Hardy and Chris. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Darby.
Yes, thank you. I spoke about this a little bit earlier, but I am not in support of this and a 5% increase for water. I think that we still haven't explained to the public why water bills have increased so much, when the same bill that we get monthly, we used to get quarterly. And I think to increase it even more without explaining to the public to why that happened, I think that's wrong. And I think that this fight for water, I want to thank the Homes campaign. They have pushed council. I have never seen any other council session focus so much on out the Homes campaign, the pressure that they put on the administration, the pressure that they put on city council. I know earlier in the year, they were behind trying to ask for extension for the water moratorium. We're looking to protect the disabled, elderly, and people who have families with 5 and under from getting their water shut off. And I also have been speaking to the administration about doing an analysis on water bills to create billing for low-income families. So I'm not in support of a 5% increase until we have other things in place to protect families from water shutoffs, the vulnerable people like disabled, the elderly, people with children under 5, until we're addressing our billing system to making sure that our low-income families are able to pay their water bills. So before I support an increase, those things need to happen before that happens for me, because I believe increases need to happen, right? To make sure that we have safe water, that we have up-to-date equipment and all of those things, right? We're paying our employees, but I cannot support a 5% increase if we're not also looking at the equitable piece of this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman Farley.
Oh, yes, Mr. President, can you hear me? Okay, you can hear me. Yes, so again, this has been another topic of conversation that I've had many meetings with. I met with the Homes campaign, and I first of all want to say that I applaud the Homes campaign for the efforts that they have made and all the efforts that they always put forth to bring information to City Council. I really do. I appreciate it, and I hope that they will continue. I met with one of the committee members, I guess, or one of the workers. We met several times because I really wanted to understand their perspective. I wanted to hear them out. And I needed to say that for the record, because sometimes I don't think that we always get the benefit of the doubt just because people don't see us meeting with people and passionately, diligently trying to understand, because they don't see us. Sometimes they think that we don't care and we're not meeting. But I've met several times with some of the workers, but I still could not get past the fact that, when you look at the rate peer utility benchmarking, for me, the data is really what I looked at. And when you looked at Wilmington, there was only one other municipality out of 8? Out of 8 municipalities, our water bill is the lowest, the second lowest out of 8. So, facts do matter. Benchmarking does matter. And when I couldn't get past that, and I also couldn't get past the fact that we definitely have to stay on top of making sure that we build up our reserves as it relates to our water storage. If you really understood the history and examined the information, to me, it was a no-brainer, even though, of course, nobody wants to increase water bills or property taxes. None of us. We don't want to do that. City council don't want to do that. But we also have to think about the big picture, and we want to make sure that we are keeping our citizens at the front of safety. So having said that, I just wanted to make sure that my constituents and those that are listening understand my reason for voting for this water increase, because I looked at the data. And I want to say to anyone that needs assistance in my district, please call me, because we will continue to work with the finance department to make sure that we do our best to make sure that no one's water gets shut off. So I just wanted to put that out there, that we are still here for you. There's still money to help with water bills, and reach out to us to support you and to advocate for those of you that need support and assistance with your water bills. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilwoman Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I would like to back up Councilmember Harley with her statements that I don't think those of us who are supporting the increase in the water bill are callously sitting here saying, let's just do this. That I have not had anybody who has called for help with their water bill. Our water department has always cooperated and tried to work out the best payment measures that they can come up with, and also for help, that there is still money where one can get up to $1,500 towards their bills. And that's only for the ones where certain restrictions apply. For those who are handicapped and elderly, many of the restrictions are not there at all. So I think if people just know, just make a couple phone calls, that, you know, people are not going to be standing there. We don't have employees who can sit there and go over every single record and say, this person looks like they're going to be in trouble. That you need somebody to help you out with your bills, or you need to do it yourself. But that the city employees are there to help you. They certainly don't want to see your water turned off, and nor do any of us. So I just hope people take advantage of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Oliver.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to also piggyback that when Councilman Marty said we are the second lowest, and that's out of 9 municipalities, not 8, it's 9. But I too met with the Homes Campaign. I was just with Kobe the other day. We had lunch. We talked for a couple of hours. I talked to Cheyenne before, and the two individuals that out of, I don't know how many that we had a problem with, one was a cutoff, and it was a landlord from out of town who had owed the city money. So it was something dealing with the landlord. And the other one was an elderly person who was, whoever the aide wasn't opening her mail, and the city cut the water right back on immediately. Like I said, I've met with the ALC, I met with the bar, and a lot of other people and constituents in the 3rd district. Whenever they call, they've met, I have them to call the water department, and Brett always, and I've even wrote a letter on him. I know I have. He's never turned anyone down if you had issues with the water. Is there some people out there maybe have some issues with the water? There may be, and I'm sure there is. But what I did a 2-minute drill on the utility water that is available, the utility bills and the water funding. And I have to say that the administration has given, and there's still money there, over $500,000, over $500,000 allocated to the residents of the city of Wilmington. So if there's anyone out there, sometimes there is a misconception of information. like I said, if there's anyone out there, not just in the 3rd district, that needs help with their water bill, feel free to call the water department. I put out flyers. I've told everybody. So if someone doesn't call or follow up, maybe they have it in somebody else's names or something else got to be going on, because there's no way that individuals right now, and I too, thanks to Homes Campaign and the LCU and other organizations, a lot of civic associations, it's a lot of organizations out there, such as the state. I like to thank Daniel Walker for in that new position. He's called me with several things, and Edie Pritchard has called me and said Ministry of Caring has a big pot of money right now. And if you know anybody that needs some water bills or any type of assistance, you can go to, I've sent 3 people over there to Ministry of Caring. So there is a lot of programs out here that people may not be aware of, but they are sitting there and they are there for you. I also support this. I'm a homeowner. I've been a homeowner for almost 30 years. And I have to accept the property and the water increase because I want to make sure my nieces and my kids, I call them my kids, are drinking clean water, and I want to make sure I can bath in clean water, and I swim a lot. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilwoman Darby.
Yes, thank you, Council President. No, I just wanted to add 2 things to the conversation around water. One was that I just wanted to note that the people who do serve, some of the people who do serve on the housing campaign, they're like researchers from like the University of Delaware. So there's a lot of research that goes behind the work that they do. So it's not just people just talking. So I just wanted to add that because a comment was made about the data and research when you have people who went to school for research, interpreting the data and doing the analysis, working with the Homes Campaign. Secondly, I just want to add that even though the city does have a water assistance program, there are some barriers. Everyone has not been able to get assistance, but I do want to give the finance department, Brett, a lot of kudos because he has, on the administrative side, has been able to work with myself and some of the recommendations I got from the Homes Campaign to expanding services to people to get water assistance. So, but there are still some barriers because sometimes when you get on a water bill payment plan, they ask you for 50% upfront. So I am talking with the finance department now on trying to come up with some lower agreements other than 50% or 75% or 25%. It depends on the agreement that you do, on the amount that you owe to get into that agreement. And if I owe $2,000 and I get on a 2-year agreement and you ask for 50%, there's no way I'm going to come up with $1,000. So we have to think about those things, the barriers. Yes, we have access, but you have to think about the equity piece that we're not hitting on at all. When we talk about water billing, we are not hitting on it as a council, as an administration. But I think that the finance department, Brett, he's so open to it. And I have been working with him on a few things, especially in regards to the water bill, where when you get into an agreement, you have to put a certain amount down. So there has been people who have been turned away, who's not been able to get water assistance because they can't afford the deposit that's due at the beginning of the agreement to get on a payment plan. So but they have done a lot to try to spread the awareness about the water bill assistance. So I do want to give them that, but there's still work to do. So I'm not going to sit here and say that this is like a perfect program. Everyone's getting assistance when that's not happening. Thank you.
Thank you. I see you know that.
Okay.
Councilman.
Okay. All right. I appreciate everyone's comments. Again, this is an ongoing quest to get it right in regards to water. So with that, I ask for everyone's support.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Gray?
Yeah.
Councilwoman Darby?
No.
Councilwoman Oliver?
Yes.
Councilwoman Harley? Councilwoman Harley?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Fields,
Yes.
Councilwoman McCoy,
No.
Councilman Johnson,
Yeah.
Councilman Nathan Field,
Yes.
Councilwoman Cabrera,
Yes.
Councilman Mills,
Yes.
Councilman Spadola,
Yes.
Councilwoman Walsh,
Yes.
President Congo.
No.
10 yeas and 3 absent. 10 yeas and 3 nays.
Declared adopted.
Thank you.
Hey, Mr. President, I have a final ordinance to present and call for a third and final reading.
Ordinance 22-023, Agenda 0164, an ordinance to authorize and approve the contract between the City of Wilmington and Newcastle County Council for the live streaming and broadcasting of county council meetings.
Mr. President, I move that be known as the enacting clause of the ordinance and call for a yea, nay vote.
We have a substitute.
Second.
Oh, there is a substitute. Okay, sorry. I apologize. Mr. President, I have a substitute to present in lieu of that ordinance.
Thank you. Substitute number 1 to ordinance number 22-023, revision 1 to agenda 0164, an ordinance to authorize and approve the contract between the City of Wilmington and Newcastle County Council for the live streaming and broadcasting of county council meetings.
Okay. Now, Mr. President, I move that be known as the enacting clause of ordinance and call for a yea, nay vote.
Second.
Properly moved and seconded that be known as the enacting clause of the substitute ordinance. Called for a yea, nay vote on the question.
This is a contract that I believe Councilmember Spadola alluded to earlier. That is actually great news. Again, some more good news. WITN has been tasked by our colleagues in County Council to provide streaming services for their meetings as well. So Yesenia, Wendell, and the team, they're highly looked upon and have been doing great work. So that's great. It's a positive benefit for the city. The city was getting money from the contract in the neighborhood of a little over $34,000 for the annual contract. So again, some good news, focus on positivity, and glad they're tapped and looked highly upon by our colleagues. So great job, WIT.
Thank you, Councilman Spadola.
Thank you, Mr. President. I said at the Finance Committee meeting, well, the first Finance Committee meeting Monday, but I'll say it again. My hat's off to Wendell for bringing this contract to a close. I think it's a great model to keep WITN sustainable in the future, bringing in revenue and not just from the franchise fees. I hope that, this is a start of more and similar contracts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman McCoy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am just also glad to hear about this. When it comes to WITN, I've actually been, very impressed by what they've been managed to do on their tight, skeleton crew throughout the COVID timeframe. And because of the fact that they're able to figure out a way to start bringing in revenue, which is something Councilman Spadola has actually been very, adamant that they don't seem, to carry their weight. So this is actually showing that when given the opportunity, they can actually produce. So I'm just so happy to see that this is something that they were able to just go out and find for themselves. And I think that moving forward, rather than treating them if they are like a TPO, that we start looking at WITN as actually who they are. They are actually our government entity, but we still would like to see them, help, with their financing if they can. So congratulations to WITN.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Fields, Rita Fields.
Yes, thank you, Council President. I would just like to say, I think this is a move in the right direction. I understand that we are in a place where, we don't have executive producers. However, in order to serve our community, and in order to serve the Newcastle County, I think that WITN, they've done a good job. I'm not even going to repeat what my colleague said, Councilwoman McCoy, but kudos to them for locking down on this contract. And I'm hoping more people will see what WITN
WITN is worth, and they'll take them and utilize them even more. So again, congratulations. Let's keep that moving, WITN forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Gray.
Thank you. I just want to echo my other council members. I'd like to compliment WITN for nailing down this contract and bringing in some revenue. But I'd like to also compliment them because they basically are our voice to the community. We don't have many ways of getting to our constituents other than actually going out. And they've been very helpful and have implemented several ways for council members to talk to their constituents. So I'm complimenting them on their job overall, and congratulations on the contract.
Mr. President,
Thank you. Councilwoman Oliver.
I'm sorry, I didn't know if my phone was on mute. Thank you. No, I'm not going to repeat what everyone else has stated, but I will say that I do appreciate WITN and the work they do with the short staff that they have due to COVID. I know they were just about to do some interviewing and hire some people, but that was blocked due to COVID. But anytime I call them and say I'm coming to do a 2-minute, can I schedule to do a 2-minute drill? They're right there. I see them out in the public, at various events doing shots. And I like to, just congratulate all of them who work down there, especially Wendell, Shaq, and Amanda. I mean, it's just all of them. So I really appreciate the work they do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just think during these trying times that we faced in our country for the last 2 years, and especially with the amount of high rises we have in the city, mainly housing elderly, that many of their lives are very, very lonely during the day. And many of them really do enjoy watching this channel. So I don't have a lot of complaints about it. I think the fact that they have now, 3 employees down there, I think they do a bang up job for what they have. And so that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Councilwoman Carrera.
I just wanted to quickly, since we are talking about the WITN, note that, WITN has actually won some awards, not just locally, but even regionally. And just this week, Councilmember Brita Fields and Yesenia Taveras, along with Wendell and Shaquan and Amanda, they all received awards from the Delaware Press Association. And I was happy to be there to be with Councilwoman Fields and Yesenia, who were able to attend, because the others were doing what? Working the finance meeting and still sticking and doing their job come day, come night, evenings and weekends. So I just want to say, very valuable resource, and it's an award-winning station. So I'm glad that we're moving forward with this and that it's going to work out with the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Oliver.
Yes, I mean, I know Chris Johnson received the award too. He wasn't able to be there, but I did see his name up there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Fields.
Oh, yes, I did. I'm sorry, Councilwoman Oliver did say that Councilman Johnson won the award as well. And this is the first time ever on City Council that council members have won an award coming from the Delaware Press Association. Thank you.
It's not true.
That's what Yesenia told me.
Just want to remind everyone to keep again, thank you to WITN for all that you do. We want to continue to grow and just be more of a force in our city. Back to you, Councilman Johnson.
So again, I appreciate everyone's sentiments. WITN is a part of council, and we continue to support WITN in whatever capacity we can. As a matter of fact, we are negotiating in the midst of starting to negotiate the franchise fee agreement That's going to be a pivotal role in what the future of WITN expansion looks like. And so I look forward to getting at the table with that. And for this piece of legislation, I hope everyone's in support. Thank you.
Please call for the roll.
Councilwoman Gray,
Yes.
Councilwoman Darby,
Yes.
Councilwoman Oliver,
Yes.
Councilwoman Harley,
Yes.
Councilwoman Fields,
Yes.
Councilwoman McCoy,
Yes.
Councilman Johnson,
Yeah.
Councilman Nathan Field,
Yes.
Councilwoman Cabrera,
Yes.
Councilman Mills,
Yes.
Councilman Spadola,
Yes.
Councilwoman Walsh,
Yes.
President Congo.
Yeah.
13 yeas.
Declare adopted.
Mr. President, that concludes my items for this evening. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Field.
Nothing tonight, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilwoman Carrera.
Yes, Mr. President, I have a resolution to present. I'll give you the name of it, sorry. And the resolution is number 0172, approving the Department of Planning and Development's grant application to the Delaware Department of State Division of Historical and Cultural Affairs.
You need to present it.
Excuse me?
I need to present it.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Thank you. Resolution 22022, Agenda 0172, whereas pursuant to Wilmington C 2-363, the council deem it necessary and proper to specify the requirements for review and approval of city-sponsored grant applications and proposals, including authorization for expedited grant applications when necessary prior to council's approval by resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move this resolution be received, recorded, and filed, and adopted by a yea and nay vote.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. This resolution be received, recorded, and filed. Adopted by yea and nay vote on the question.
Yes, Mr. President. This department is one of our best kept secrets. It helps to preserve our neighborhoods so we don't lose or forsake our historical spaces and homes. We do have a lot of beautiful architecture in our city, and if not for the preservation, anyone could buy a property, tear it down, and build something that could be beautiful or could be hideous or doesn't complement the neighboring homes and structures. We have seen that happen in many areas of our cities, and we're not going to say no to a grant that we can get to further those causes. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no hands raised. Clerk, please call for the roll.
Councilwoman Gray,
Yes.
Councilwoman Darby,
Yes.
Councilwoman Oliver,
Yes.
Councilwoman Harley,
Yes.
Councilwoman Fields,
Yes.
Councilwoman McCoy,
Yes.
Councilman Johnson,
Yeah.
Councilman Field,
Yes.
Councilwoman Cabrera,
Yes.
Councilman Mills,
Yes.
Councilman Spadola,
Yes.
Councilwoman Walsh,
Yes.
President Congo.
Yes.
13 yeas.
Declared adopted. Councilmember Mills. Councilman Mills.
No legislation tonight, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilman Spadola.
Nothing tonight.
Thank you. Councilwoman Walsh.
I have a resolution, Mr. President.
Resolution 22023, Agenda 0173, whereas pursuant to Wilmington C 2-363, the council deemed it necessary and proper to specify the requirements for review and approval of city-sponsored grant applications and proposals.
Mr. President, I move this resolution be received, recorded, and filed, and adopted by a yea nay vote.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded that resolution be received, recorded, filed, and adopted by a yea and nay vote on the question.
Yes, Mr. President, this is a small grant from the Special Law Enforcement Assistance Fund to upgrade and replace some existing equipment, specifically a blanket, a ballistic blanket protection system, and some robotic devices which are utilized to enhance public safety and officer safety during high-risk operations. It's part of the crisis management tactical team. It's only for $65,000 and there's no matching funds.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Gray.
Thank you. Councilwoman Walsh answered the question. I wanted to know the amount. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands raised. Councilwoman, any other closing comments? Councilman Walsh, any other closing comments?
No, I don't. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Clerk, please call for the roll.
Councilwoman Gray,
Yes.
Councilwoman Darby,
No.
Councilwoman Oliver,
Yes.
Councilwoman Harley, Councilwoman Harley, Councilwoman Fields,
Yes.
Councilwoman McCoy,
Yes.
Councilman Johnson,
Yeah.
Councilman Nathan Field,
Yes.
Councilwoman Cabrera,
Yes.
Councilman Mills,
Yes.
Councilman Spadola,
Yes.
Councilwoman Walsh,
Yes.
President Congo.
Yes.
11,
Maribel, I was on mute. I'm sorry.
Councilwoman Harley,
Yes.
12 yeas, 1 nay.
Fair adopted.
Thank you.
That's all the legislation I have. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we will move to petitions and communication. I'm going to go in reverse order, starting with Council Member Walsh.
Oh, thank you. Does that mean I can leave once I make my statement?
Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. The only thing I have to say is because I'm not going to let the emotions overtake myself. And we listened to a fair amount of emotion tonight with folks who came forward to speak about what happened on Adams Street. And I get it. I mean, everybody's emotional about what happened. Nobody wants to see another human being put in a situation like that. But I think the bottom line is, especially when something is only like 36 hours old, and maybe 48 tops now, we need to let the professionals take it over from the beginning. And that there were some misstatements out there, such as in situations like this, a landlord is responsible for housing tenants that have to be removed like that. Well, what in fact we discovered immediately is that's not true. It's not in our code. And then I asked one of our representatives to get a hold of the AG's office to see if it was in the state code. And it's not in the state code either. And with the Attorney General's office folks just telling me what a mess their housing code was. But people are trained to do these jobs. They're trained to put people where they should be or where they can be. And I think we all need to just sit back and take a breath. And then when we see things not being done at all, then we can jump on whichever. I hope there are no sides in this, because the only side should be what's best for the people that are affected by this. But that's my only comment. Thank you. And thank you for, I'm sorry, Mr. President, thank you for all the staff and the job that they did, and the short tempers that many of us, including myself, have shown during these budget negotiations. For that, I apologize if I did upset anybody with my tone of voice, but that happens with me a lot. So it's not personal. It's just the way I'm wired. But thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. You may be excused. Councilman Spadola. Councilman Spadola.
Thank you, Council President. I want to thank the Attorney General, Kathy Jennings, for stepping in. As you all know, 2 days ago, I sent everybody on council a letter seeking their support to encourage her to do so. Before I could even send her the letter, she proactively jumped in. So that's great, because here we have a situation where, we know who the problem is, and his name is AJ Picorni. We know he has decades and decades of really just beating the system, escaping the system, and letting his tenants suffer, and really just playing the victim. I mean, if you watch one of the videos, at one point he said, "I'm the most heartbroken out of anybody," and it was just the most irritating, pathetic thing I've heard. Because is he that so self-centered that when his tenants, the people he is responsible for providing housing for, when they're getting kicked out, he's the one that's most heartbroken? It was just the most, it was like deeply pathological on his part to even think that. So I think it's going to take the criminal justice system to deal with him, and I hope he pays a serious price. I hope he's made to reimburse the state, the city, and the tenant for anything they put out to deal with this, because he is the one that is the root of all this. And that's all I have. May I be excused, Council President?
Yes, you may be excused. Thank you. Councilman Mills.
Yes, Mr. President. I just want to take time to, again, thank council for all the hard work they put in reference to the budget, and also remind the community, come out to the Open Streets event this Saturday, May 21st, 12 to 5 p.m. Watching the street from 31st down to Matson Run for a nice community event. I think it'd be a great event for the community. Thank you for your time. May I be excused as well?
Thank you. Yes, you may be excused.
Thank you, sir.
Councilwoman Cabrera.
I will not ask to be excused. I will remain through the meeting. So I can hear you, Mr. President. Now is not the time to point fingers. It's a time to be unified, be a unified front to assist those families in need. If any tenants of Adams Street are in need of services, they should call the Office of Constituent Services. They are the point person for coordinating these services. That number is 302-576-2494. I live a block away from those buildings in the 900 block. I go by there all the time. I've observed their condition, how they look, the front, the trash, everything that goes wrong. 2 months ago, in meeting with the mayor, we talked about the fact that, some of them are used as boarding homes. People go in, they're not supposed to be there, but they rent couches, they rent rooms. You hear all these stories. He asked me, he said, if you know anyone who's willing to speak up, to say something so that we can find something, anything to charge this man with, to be able to hold him accountable. I've spoken to Commissioner Starkey so many times in total frustration. Why can't we do more? Why are these properties allowed to sit here like this and for people to live in deplorable conditions? I have been in those buildings. A friend of my son's lived there. I've gone through them. I'm like, what is this? I said, this is horrible. It's deplorable. Human beings shouldn't live in here. I still am at a loss why he's gotten away with this for so long. And part of the problem is that there are landlord-tenant laws in the state that will protect as well as hold accountable. Mr. Picorni has been in this game for a long time. He has stood before many judges, as he did yesterday, and he does his song and dance, and he has his lawyers, even lawyers that have fired him because they don't believe in what he stands for. And our L&I department has been to court many times with him. It was good to read the transcript of what took place in court and how he tried to defend himself. Also accused the city of trespassing because we inspected a roof without his permission, just to give you an idea of what has to happen in order to sometimes get into these properties. And if a tenant doesn't call and allow you to come in and doesn't complain, how do you see the problems? Yes, we know that pre-rentals would be part of it. If he accepted Section 8, at least the federal government would be inspecting them, but that's not what he does. And he charges way too much rent for those properties. I just want to remind folks that this was not planned. That's why it's called an emergency. A wall collapsed on Sunday evening. The inspections, they secured it that night. People were allowed to remain in their homes. They were not asked to leave Sunday night. The engineers came, they took a closer look, and under the, when the falling bricks, they were able to see the joist, the building joist. They inspected the other buildings, and it was deemed that the actual structural makeup of this building is not secure. First thing that came to my mind when I heard that was that horrible collapse of that building in Miami and what those people went through. And just in Philadelphia news, just came out that a house just crumbled into the street with no prior warning. It just crumpled into the streets. And we've seen things happen, not just here, but throughout. So when the engineers deemed the property uninhabitable, no one knew. It happened right there in the moment. It just happened, and people were told not to go in. Upon a closer look, they did allow people to go in and get their belongings, and thank God they were able to come back and get the rest of their things. But what I keep thinking of is, imagine if they had been allowed to stay, and if they were given more time, and that building crumbled down in the middle of the night, then we, the city, would also be liable for knowingly allowing people to be in a structure that was deemed unsafe. And yes, it's terrible. No one should have to be displaced. Today, the city did have a resource fair for the families. It was held at the emergency center. They had people there from the state to help with housing and resources and even legal services, because these people do have legal grounds to stand on and they can sue. I understand that the Hope Shelter had more rooms available the day of the closing of the buildings, but some people chose not to go. Some went to friends and family, but others chose to go to the Fairfield Motel. I don't think anybody should be in there. I agree. They should be in much nicer quarters, more comfortable, and not being in the conditions that were mentioned here this evening. The city, I understand, is paying for the resources that are being used at the Hope Center, and the state is paying for the Fairville, and the food bank is providing food along with the amazing community volunteers that have come out to help. So I want to thank all the members of the community who have come together, speaking of those volunteers, to assist those families. I share, I feel that today, this fair, hopefully people came, and if not, they can continue to get information. A judge ordered Mr. Percorni to give a full list of those tenants so that we are able to contact them directly and make sure that people are getting the resources that they need. Because right now we have contact with the people that are in those 2 locations, not the ones that went home with family. And I'm hoping that, at the end, that maybe there will be better living accommodations for them in the long run. I do want to comment on something that was said about the blight bill. Changing it from civil to criminal is actually an advantage, because at least with civil, the city has greater control of holding these irresponsible business owners, these landlords, accountable. We're not at the mercy of a judge who, after the landlord show that they fixed something, 10 months later, to go through the criminal process, they get a slap on their wrists. Today this man stood there in court and tried to defend himself, but this is not the first time. He's been in that court so many times. So what I would say is, people, maybe Percorni might be one of the first examples of what people call the blight bill, the housing reform bill, to show that it does work. Because it's been 40 years that he's been at this. So whatever we had in the books, the criminal, obviously wasn't working, especially when you can go before a judge and that judge lets you go. So I believe that the people who spoke today were very eloquent, very passionate. I understand how they feel. The tenant landlord code comes from the state. The city has to abide by that. So I would ask some of our speakers who spoke so eloquently to please go to Dover and lobby. No, demand changes that will allow Wilmington, Dover, Georgetown, Seaford, all those communities that suffer the same plight, one that hurts people with less affluency, that those communities, as well as Wilmington, has more control over our housing laws so that we can deal with this issue once and for all. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Just want everyone to please keep in mind, that we do have several council members who do want to have petitions and communications so that we can remember that we also have time frames in which to speak. Thank you.
Apologize.
Councilman Field.
Nothing else to add tonight, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilman Johnson.
Yeah, just briefly, again, I would like to thank everyone for helping out and being engaged with this budget process, especially the constituents who have chimed in, and also our teams who have stayed up very late a lot of nights, helping us through this process. It's difficult, but we got there. So we need to continue, get right back to the table and figure out how we can solve the city's financial fortunes going forward. And then lastly, regarding, landlord-tenant situation, I see it. Unfortunately, we have problems at the local level, but also I just think it's a national problem. America doesn't value housing. Housing is not a right. So it's not a right to have clean and affordable housing, whereas other countries it is. So I think this problem goes beyond Dover. This problem goes to DC when you look at the legal structures. And it's amazing. One experience actually I had in the country of Qatar, and which we're still talking with them about plans going forward, is housing is free there. It's affordable housing is guaranteed to every citizen. So until America gets there, we don't value affordable housing, and the Copeland situation shouldn't even exist. We shouldn't be a landlord, but America puts our most vulnerable in that situation. So I see it as a structural issue similar to healthcare, where it shouldn't be tied to your employer. You should have it. So again, I know I'm saying some far out things. People may think this is crazy, but that's the problem. So it's beyond Wilmington, it's beyond Dover. It goes to DC that America should have a constitutional right to clean affordable housing, such as our neighbors, even in Canada and other developed nations have. So that's it. And what we continue to do is our thoughts and prayers and action will be there, working with the laws we have to support the residents of Adams Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman McCourt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excuse me. I just would like to thank both communities this week, both Hedgeville and Browntown, for having successful meetings. I'm glad I got a chance to meet new residents. Looks like the flyer and actually is working, and we're bringing more people out to these groups. And I'm glad more of our residents are becoming engaged. And also, welcome to some of the newcomers to the 6th District. When it comes to what actually had taken place on Adams Street, I definitely feel bad for what's going on with the people that's actually within our city. These are the residents. Former Councilwoman Dixon and I actually had put together a subcommittee last term to try to deal with some of the housing policy that was actually coming down the line. What it was is that our biggest fear, we do realize that inspection was truly necessary. And the biggest fear was actually having this thing happen. People becoming displaced as we kind of really try to get all of this inspection done. We did realize, when it comes to these absentee landlords, I'm just going to call them that when it comes to the absentee landlords, we've been made aware with all types of situations when it came to legislation that they have not been held accountable by the judicial system. And so that's the reason why they wanted to go from criminal to civil. But what we were basically stating, even if we do a more expedited process, all we're doing is basically putting people at risk. So this is actually what happened, and it is unfortunate that we're not prepared. And as many of my council people have stated, that the city truly wasn't prepared. We had to depend upon the county, we had to depend upon the state, and those are pretty much who I was calling. And right after I called them, I called their district person who was already, already there. So I just want to say that the people who were in those who needed to be there actually got there, and I'm glad that they were there. But this is something that the city will need to at some point really grasp and figure out, what can we do? How can we be prepared? Because honestly, when I called Willie Patrick from the Office of Emergency Management, he said I was the first person that called him. I don't even know whether or not he was actually quite aware at that moment. So I think that we definitely need to make certain that we put a plan of action together. And as a member of the Community Development Urban Planning, I'm willing to. That's the one extra meeting that I'm willing to take. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman Fields.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you very much. First, I would definitely like to address what happened on Adams Street. We recognize our neighbors are living with chaos and they shouldn't have to. But given the landlord wasn't ready, we are all willing to work with the situation. I'm ready to help with whether it is rethinking what L&I and inspection rules are, or landlord accountability programs, and how to make these neighbors whole. But let's not be plain. AJ Picorni has been a nuisance property landlord since before Mayor Baker's term, and he still is a slumlord. I'm also going to work to make sure that these neighbors and the city recover every bit of the money they spend from Picorni. So I would like to also address that particular day. And I am going to support my council colleague, Council Harley. When it comes to that particular day, I received a call at 2:15 because, again, see, I have a family member that lives in one of those apartments. Then I have friends of the family that lives in 810 or 812. So automatically they said, well, let me call Brigida because she's from West Center City and this is her. So they had no clue who it was. So I came up there from the very beginning to just see what was going on. And I talked to Picorni and I looked at the bricks falling and I looked at what he called himself doing. And so I had a conversation with him and I had a conversation with the resident at that time at 2:30, 3 o'clock. I'll say around 3 o'clock. And I talked to my family members and I talked to all the people that were out there. So what I'm trying to say is once I recognized what was going on, I did reach out to the representative for that particular district. I let the residents know who represented them at that particular time. I did let them know that I was going to let them know, as well as the administration and the police, the sector captain at that time. So anybody that came after me, kudos to you. But understand that I was there. I made sure calls were made. I made sure that everybody knew what was going on. Because again, you have to understand, I am from that neighborhood. So automatically they're going to call me no matter what, whether it's mine or not. But I didn't overstep my boundaries. I let the council person know pertaining that represented that district what was going on, and I let the residents know that I will let their representative know what was going on and how to contact her and how to reach her. So anything that came after that, whether it was a community, whether it was a committee or organization, whoever else came to be the Great White Hope, I understand, and we're not taking anything from you, and we thank you so much for giving back to the community. However, just understand, City Council was there, and we did make sure that the administration, the police chief, and L&I knew what was going on. So, I just want to change that narrative that nobody, nobody was working towards getting there to make sure that things were going to be under control. That was the one narrative. Other than that, I have anything. And I am going to work with my colleague. If she asks me to, I will work with her as far as Adams Street is concerned. But again, I don't want to cross my boundaries. I'm going to stay in my lane. I do have a couple of, I do have a few, let me see, communications I do want to give out. So on May the 25th, we have the Health, Aging, and Disability Committee. That will be Wednesday the 25th at 5 p.m. We have a presentation from High Impact to B on Grandparent Virtual Academy. We also have a presentation on the Touching Heart project regarding CPR and AED usage. Also, on Saturday, June 4th, 2022, we have a NACA a workshop from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at William Hicks Anderson Community Center. It's a free home buyers workshop. We have a community pop-up, free resources, diapers and wipes, COVID-19 PPE, food and beverages, and more. Friday, May 20th, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. It's going to be in the Adams Ford Shopping Center, 800 West 4th Street, Wilmington, Delaware. Got it. And I have a couple of quotes. When fake news is repeated, it becomes difficult for the public to discern what's real. Jimmy Gomez. Freedom, mortality, and the human dignity of the individual consists precisely in this, that he does good, not because he is forced to do so, but because he freely conceives it, wants it, and loves it. Not everything is faith can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it is faith. James Baldwin. Thank you, Council President. May I please be excused?
Yes, you may be excused.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Harley.
Yes, Council President, thank you. So before I just address a few comments, I want to start off by saying that I am deeply saddened over what happened on Monday. And my heart really is broken over what I witnessed myself. As Councilmember Fields already stated, I first found out about the whole situation about 4 o'clock. As you know, we had a finance committee meeting. I went to the meeting and excused myself early because I felt as though I needed to be over there. I left from our meeting, and on our way over to our meeting, I reached out to the mayor. I reached out to the state representative of that district, Sherry Dorsey, and I also reached out to our L&I commissioner to make them aware of what I had heard from Councilmember Fields. So at 4, I learned about it. About 5:30, I was on my way over to Adams Street. And again, I reached out to L&I and our mayor to get the updates, to try to get the facts as to what was going on. I showed up on site. And once I got there, I was very alarmed at what I seen in terms of the families, the mothers, the children that were out there, and feeling pretty much in despair, and rightfully so, because I thought about if that was one of my family members, how I would feel. But I also want to state that I stayed there on site with the families until each family had decided on where they wanted to go. So when I left, the families had already been transported to where they were going, either with family members, the Hope Center, or to Fairview Hotel. So I just wanted to share, number one, my immediate action as the council representative, what I did once I heard about it. The next day, I put out a statement publicly, but before the statement, I made it my business to go to each family member on site to extend my regrets as to what they were going through. And then I put out a public statement on social media of my regrets. I do feel as though that what happened could have been handled much differently, to the point that I immediately put in a request for legislation to make sure that we avoid anyone else ever having to go through being displaced without a plan. Because basically, to me, that's the biggest issue right now, that my constituents was displaced without a plan. And that was my issue with the commissioner. And I also shared that with the mayor. But right now is not the time to point fingers, but I want those that don't know what actions that I took in support of my constituents. And since then, I have constantly been sending out communications as to what's next. Even on today, I put out on social media regarding the help center that was over on Hill Street in Southbridge, where my constituents can get food assistance as well as housing. Is it perfect? Of course, it's not perfect. But what I have been able to do based on the information that I have been getting, I have been forwarding the information to make sure that they get the resources and that they get the assistance that they need, and I will continue. So I'm always in contact with the state. And I just want to say it again, I said it earlier, but the state has all the money for housing. They're the ones that have the vouchers. What the city is doing, our mayor is working with the state and working with Newcastle County as it relates to the Hope Center. And we are sharing the expenses collectively. So for those that want to know what I have done, what I'm doing, I'm advocating for them. And I mean, I if anybody else wants to know day to day what I'm doing, they can email me, they can call me. If they know of someone that has been impacted by the displacement, they can call me and I will give them the latest information that I have. But please call me, reach out to me. Just because you don't see what I'm doing, just because you don't know what I'm doing, doesn't mean I'm not doing anything. And I am a little disheartened by that, because there's a lot that I'm doing behind the scenes to make sure that my constituents are getting the assistance that they need. And as I said, I will continue. And right now, since the state has the money for housing, that's one of the reasons why State Rep Sherry Dorsey has taken the lead on the housing, and our county exec as it relates to the Hope Center. That's what the Hope Center is for, to help those that need the help. So I just wanted to speak to that. And again, my heart is broken. I've already submitted legislation to address displacement with no plan. And I'm looking forward to us really working with the administration to hold these type of landlords accountable. I voted on the legislation for us to get the review board. I don't know what's happening with that. I don't know why this gentleman hasn't been called in for the review board, the L&I review board. That's why we voted to take it from the judicial system for them to be able to hold them accountable. So I'm doing my part. I will continue to do my part. And I suggest that if anyone wants more information in terms of what the path forward is going to be, they can reach out to me and I'll give them whatever information that I have. Thank you, Mr. President. May I be excused?
Yes, you may be excused.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Oliver.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have a few announcements to make. First, I would like to thank 11th Street Bridge. We had a civic association meeting over there, went very well, talking about smoke detectors and some various other things. And that was with Naomi Thomas, who's the president over there. And I'd like to thank Carla Davis for always being very supportive over there. Next, I would like to make an announcement for this Sunday. It's called the Shad Fest, which will be held down to the Brandywine River. It's Old Brandywine Village. They have it every year. And Jim Sheraton is very heavily involved, and Mr. Hunt. And they have live music. They have activities for the kids. And they teach children how to go fishing lessons for the kids. And I think it's good. They have face painting, a lot of interaction. It's a lot of groups that's involved with it. And the city is one of the sponsors. I think it's good for our kids to get out and try to do something different opposed to basketball and football. I know when I was little, I used to go to camping. I know how to fish. So if anyone has any kids, bring them out. Should be a nice time. It's from 10 until 3 at the Brandywine Park. And I'd like to make an announcement, Northeast Civic Association will be having a meeting at the Hope Commission on the 24th. That's Sandra Ben and Cheryl Vandiver Avenue, quite a few of them over there, very active, and Shane. That would be next Tuesday, the 24th at the Hope Commission. And I'd like to thank you, Mr. President, for a long night, just a long process period. And I see you tired. I'm over here yarning. And I said, when you call from the back, I said, I'm gonna get him. Thanks a lot for just sticking in there with this whole process. And I would be remiss if I didn't thank Michelle Hardy for really just talking my ears off every night, and me talking her ears off every night with this whole process. And Chris Johnson, thanks again. You have a good one. I may be excused.
I think we need you to stay informed. I think we wouldn't have quorum if anybody else leaves. I just need you to stay for a few more minutes, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilwoman Darby.
Yes, thank you, Council President. First, I just want to say I'm so sorry to my city. I personally, as a city council person, I am taking accountability for what happened. The city deserves more. I feel like we are a very reactive council. And I think it's important as we're taking action to accept the blame and not be defensive about it, not talk around it, make excuses. Being able to take blame and take action, those are not two separate things. They actually work together. Sometimes taking accountability, facing the blame to something that has happened, you identify the problem to be able to solve the issue. So they're not two separate things, because I hear that constant theme tonight. Oh, let's not point fingers. Let's not blame. Yes, we have to point fingers. We have to identify where the issues are to be able to come up with the issue, identify what the problems are to be able to come up with the issue. And the problem is year after year, we have a council not prioritizing housing and putting up the necessary, or if it's getting put up, not voting in necessary legislation to make sure that people who live in rental houses live in habitable places, and places that are safe, affordable. We have not, as a council, and I haven't been here for years on top of years, I've only been here for a year and a half, but as being a part of it as a whole, I have to take responsibility too. And this is bigger than just Adams Street, right? There are so many people living in homes, rentals across the city that are just like Adams Street. So it's bigger than that to this. And I want to say, prior to this tragedy, a team has been put together via through a city program. So a few months ago, a community person and I applied to a landlord engagement lab program through the National League of Cities. And out of the hundreds of cities that applied, Wilmington was selected. And there are 10 cities throughout the country who are a part of this program. And the focus of this program is to find ways to engage landlords, to create programming, awareness, legislation, administrative actions, different things to improve housing overall. That's the goal. How do we improve housing in our city? And that's what this program does. There are experts that are working with each group. We only been in 2 meetings in the month of May. The next meeting is in July. So if anyone is interested in joining the Landlord Engagement Lab, currently on there, we have landlords from throughout the city. We have small landlords. We have large landlords who serve on the team. We have renters. We also have professors who are researchers from the University of Delaware who serve on it. And we have other housing experts or people who have been impacted by housing in some sort of way throughout the city of Wilmington. So there has been a team that has been created to come up with a strategy of dealing with and finding ways to engage our landlords. And I also hear that there's legislation being drafted. And my question is just, I think it's important when we draft legislation that we include the experts and community at the table and other council members. And I'm just scared that we're going to put out rush legislation without input from experts, from the community, and from other council members. I also want to say again, the Homes Campaign and other housing community experts gave legislation ideas for this not to happen last year. They have made suggestions for ARPA funding ideas surrounding housing, for the budget, and they were ignored. So this has not been a priority for council, and we need to be frank and honest about it. As a whole, of course, individually, I feel like I have tried to prioritize it, but as a group, we have not. And I also want to talk about how the community members said no to the blight bill. And we know that research states that feeing and fining does not increase compliance. We see that happening in so many other cities. And our council voted for that legislation to go through when we need to truly engage landlords and renters through programming, education, getting people connected to resources. Like that is where we need to focus when we're talking about sustainable housing in our city. Like that is what we need to focus on, not feeing and finding people. And we need to be really careful about legislation that comes on and is proposed to be for safe housing. And it's proposed to be for all these great things. Of course, that's what they're going to say. But when you look at the nooks and cranny of it, the research, as people say, that and they're researchers. But if you look at the research that we receive from like real researchers, who are on the Homes Campaign and other organizations, they would tell you that blight bill is not going to fix our issues or problems. I also want to add that I had already offered my services through my nonprofit. If there's any family who needs diapers, wipes, pads, and tampons. The 30th Street Civic Association is being created. So a group of people. So if you live around 30th Street or around the park area and you're looking to join and be involved and about programming, about funding and things and projects we can do in that part of the second district, please let me know. One of the big conversations right now, 30th Street Park received funding to be renovated. So we're having that conversation on what that looks like to make sure that the community has a voice in that. And again, if anyone's interested in landlord lab engagement program, please reach out to me. And there's another group of community people that I'm working with and experts and researchers on developing or getting the city a part of a national program called the Fees and Fines National Campaign. And what that program would do is actively look at the fees and fines that our city place on residents and to see if they're equitable and fair. So we're in the process of applying to that program. The application is due Sunday, so we are in crunch time getting everything submitted. And we are also looking for people who are interested in joining that team. We have a solid team now, but we can always take more people who are interested. That program comes with funding. So if we get the funding, we'll be able to do a lot of neat things around fees and fines in the city with that funding. And hopefully we have the support of the administration and other council people to be able to get that work done around fees and fines in the city. But that's all I have for tonight for petition. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Gray.
Well, I know we all want to leave, so I'm going to hopefully not take as long, but I'd like to announce that the first district is having open streets tomorrow. I think Councilman Mills discussed this Saturday, May 21, from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. and it's on Washington Street between 31st Street and Matson Run. Bring your children, your bikes. There'll be activities and everything. Then also for the first district, I had discussed before that I had a conversation with the mayor and he committed to clean streets in our in the first district in our community. This is a program that has been around forever, but for some reason, first district was not included. So starting next week, Market Street will be cleaned from 30th to Lee Boulevard weekly. So that's something really big. Unfortunately, a lot of the things I'm going to address, the people that said it have already left, but the Magistrate Court of Delaware is the only court that handles landlord-tenant, and people have been saying things that are totally erroneous. Since they're the only court and I presided as a judge in that court, I'm pretty familiar with landlord-tenant. For one thing, I stand behind L&I. If L&I finds a problem, the landlord, according to landlord-tenant code, and I heard Councilwoman Walsh say that it's not there. It's in landlord-tenant code 5302 that states, if you can't live in your leased property, the landlord, after 15 days, is responsible to pay for your lodging 30 days worth, including your security deposit. But what I was going to say, when L&I goes out and makes a finding, the landlord has 15 days to resolve it before the people are to be put out. So when L&I went out Sunday, the landlord had 15 days to fix it until the engineers went out and said, definitely, it was totally unstable. I mean, it was no fixing. So that's one thing. So it is in the code that, but they have to go, unfortunately, the people displaced will have to file in magistrate court, because I'm sure the landlord is not just going to hand over or pay for this. And he's come before me quite a few times when I was in court. And the other thing I must say about why L&I, these things persist and these landlords stay around, since it was resolved to allow the landlords to stay in criminal court, the state states that magistrate court cannot incarcerate anyone. So the worst penalty that the judges in magistrate court can give a landlord are fines. So that's the reason when people say the judges let them go and the judicial system isn't holding accountable, state law doesn't allow anything other than a fine. And the landlords sort of know that, so they just make fines as part of their daily living. So I think that's it. I've tried to clarify those. Oh, one other thing. We're all giving suggestions on how to help our housing situation. There's something called Housing Trust Fund where we could get money for people that ask for zone changes, and it's not federal money. It doesn't come out of the city budget or the federal budget. It would be our little pot of money to use on these housing issues. And I think going forward, we need to look at that as being one of the ways that we can build up money to help with housing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. First, I just want to thank all of the community advocates, everybody who came together to help all of the residents at on 8th and Adams Street. What they did was absolutely incredible, just being on the scene and bringing to everybody's attention what was going on. And I think that's probably one of the biggest concerns that I have, is that council, we were not made aware of what was going to happen, so that we could have been a part of the solution. A lot of us know people who live there. We could have had those conversations with them to help them to understand the gravity of what was going on and to been a part of that, the whole process. But we just weren't notified. And for us to have to hear from the residents or have to see it on social media, I think that that's something that just doesn't sit well with me at all. And again, like Councilwoman Darby said, we have to accept responsibility, whether as individuals or as a council or just as local government. The people are looking for us to help and to have been better prepared, and we weren't. I think that's probably the biggest thing that I'm extremely upset about, is that there was no plan, like others have already mentioned, and that when the plan did start to roll out, that those residents were sent to a hotel that no one in the city, the county, or the state would have sent one of their relatives. And for that to have been okay was wrong. We have plenty of hotels right here in our city where we should have been able to send those residents. It's closer. They would not have needed as much transportation. They could have still used the local transportation system, but to go out to that hotel, when we know the reputation that hotel has, it was a slap in the face. For them to be kicked out for their buildings their homes to be condemned and then sent to that hotel, I think that was wrong. It was stated earlier that it's beyond council, it's beyond Dover. Like this, our housing situation is just something that, like, this is America. But that's why we're here, to change that whole perception and to change. Delaware is way too small, and we're all too connected not to be able to make some immediate change in our housing laws and regulations. So, like, to say that it's too big for us, I just think that that kind of puts out a false narrative, because it can't be. And again, just no plan. And if anyone can answer, when did the engineer deem that block uninhabitable? Was it Sunday or was it Monday? Does anyone know?
Well, Mr. President, I believe the engineers came Monday was when they first got a hold of them. On Sunday, when the wall collapsed, L&I was called and they had to go and secure the wall in between the two buildings. And then the engineer came, and it wasn't until they came that they looked up and they saw that the joists of the structures were not stable.
That was Monday.
Yes, Mr. President, Monday, and I believe it was Monday, like early afternoon, like probably 1:30, 2 o'clock. I don't know exactly, but I too was on the phone with the mayor when I heard what happened through L&I, and then I spoke to Councilwoman Fields, and she had already been over there.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's okay. That's a lot of feedback. I thought it was Sunday, and to have let those residents stay in there overnight when it was deemed an emergency, if they couldn't, that was unsafe. That just would have, in my opinion, compounded like the concern. But for us not to have available money to help our residents to local, respectful housing is something that we have to address immediately. And I can't believe that there is just no money that could have been made available. I refuse to believe that their only option was the Fairview Motel. There is no way that would have happened if 1401 Pennsylvania Avenue, if those condos were deemed unfit. That would have not happened to that population. The only reason that AJ was allowed to be a slumlord, the only reason that the Fairview Motel was an option is because of the people who lived there were Black and they were not affluent. So if anyone tries to beat around that bush, I would love to have that conversation with you one-on-one, because that would not have happened to a different population. And I think that's the biggest thing. My first reaction was definitely, like a lot of other members, when I got there, it was extreme frustration and sadness to see those families in peril like that. But then it quickly changed to anger, knowing that would not have happened if the population were different. So that's something that we also have to be able to admit and to face and have conversations about, that a lot of the tenants that AJ has do look like the majority of council members, and they may not be as affluent. So that, when he's allowed to continue to be a slumlord for decades, why was he allowed to be? Why does that even happen? Does it happen because of his tenants were Black and brown and maybe poor? Absolutely. So I think that's something that we definitely have to have a conversation around, and be able to accept criticism and get beat up. And all these public comments, sometimes we get praised and sometimes we get beat up, and that's just a part of our job, and that's why we're here. We just have to take it and learn from it and be humble enough to try to do better and work together. But I think the key is working together and then identifying, like Councilwoman Darby said, like, who was really at fault? Like what really happened to prevent those families and those children to be treated with respect and decency, not only throughout their stay on Adams Street, but after their apartments, where their houses were deemed uninhabitable. Like somebody dropped the ball. We all dropped the ball. In the eyes of the public, we all dropped the ball. So that, and again, I think we have to work together to try to figure out some immediate solutions. And not having access to money is never a solution to me. Not when we have millions of dollars in the budget and nothing can be afforded allocated to situations like this. It doesn't make sense. I don't care how much more money the county has or the state has. We should be able to take care of our own, and we did not do that on Monday. 3 days later, now we're putting some plans together, but it's 3 days later. That's not fair to those residents. So I mean, I could go on and on and on, but I know everybody is tired. But we definitely had to have another conversation around this, because it was definitely something that happened because of the population of those residents on 8th and Adams Street, and that's just not going to be acceptable by me, and it shouldn't be acceptable by anyone in local government. So with that, I will accept the motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor,
Second.
signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, 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 aye.
All right, have a good night, everybody.
Aye, aye, aye.
Anybody opposed?
Record. Record
All right.
meeting.
Motion carried. Good night, everyone. Meeting adjourned.
Night.